1290 Coil.
Where can you save big on Black Friday and go big on the holidays? Lowe's, actually. Find the prices you'll love this season, like $100 savings on a Blackstone 30-inch flat-top grill, now only $299. And your choice of a DeWalt 20-volt max brushless drill kit or impact driver kit for $99. Plus, find gifts exclusively at Lowe's, like a Cobalt 24-volt 500 CFM leaf blower for $99. Black Friday is here. Don't miss the deals at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/30 while supplies last.
Hey, how are ya? I hope well. Greg Wagner joining you from the Nebraska Game and Parks Commission. And yes, time now for another Nebraska Outdoor Update. Attention hunters and anglers, there's some fun challenges happening with regard to hunting and fishing in Nebraska. Be sure to check out the Duck Slam, the Upland Slam, the Trout Slam, and take 'em hunting. Get more information on these at outdoornebraska.org. That's outdoornebraska.org. Hey, come see us in the Nebraska State Parklands, will ya? Whether it's to watch wildlife, hike a trail, camp, fish, go to an event, or just plain sightsee, the grounds to Nebraska's many state parklands remain open for you year-round. Just need to have that current state park permit on your vehicle and to bring your own drinking water. Feel free to contact us at the Game and Parks Commission for more details on any outdoor topic. I'm Greg Wagner.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
A crossover is
crossover dribble.
Crossover.
Kyrie Irving, crossover in the lane.
One of the most famous crossovers of all time.
Behind the back, an ankle breaker on Chris Paul.
Crossover.
Double crossover.
Crossover continues to evolve.
Welcome into the crossover. Ravi Lula here. Gary Sharp had to get running.
Stark Vegas.
Down in Stark Vegas. Probably trying to track down our friend Patty from the College World Series.
Baseball in the spring if you want to.
We'll have a take. That's kind of what he does.
Well, here we are.
We have a coach.
We have a coach. This is exciting. This is good. I watched him get off of the plane.
Did you?
Maybe.
I saw the picture.
You still have one more hoop to clear, which is you have to do the press conference and have it not be really, really awkward.
Horrible.
And have him go back to, being unemployed. He's like, actually, I like being unemployed better.
You don't need a Dana Altman moment at the press conference.
What I'm saying.
Yeah.
I would say that it's over once the boots are on the ground in Lincoln, like once you open up that door and you're on the tarmac. But we've seen this go a step further.
Yes, it would certainly be hard to go back now.
Yes, very difficult. I'm sure there's certainly things in the contract that would make it impossible to go back now.
Yes, but you'll feel better once the presser's over.
Yes, that's all.
No, I understand. There's a certain amount of anxiety, especially.
I pour over the videos of him getting off of the plane.
Like, what's the body language like?
I'm not judging, but those are just such weird videos.
Yeah,
because when you think about it, it's just a guy and his family
getting off a plane.
Yeah, and then then there was the other one of they were waiting for him when they got to the stadium, when they took the car over the stadium, and they're standing there, and him and Trev and the family, and they're like looking at the Tom Osborne statue with Brooke Behringer, and then they're just standing there, they're looking at it. I don't know, they're not really saying anything, and then they just walk in.
Yeah,
they just go inside. I'm like, wow, I could watch that 100 times in a row. I love stuff like that. The random days when we get to like turn into like TMZ.
Oh yeah.
Coaches get fired, coaches get hired. People were standing outside of the stadium. We're waiting for people to leave.
You're like getting video of people like
Yeah.
tearing out of a parking garage.
What are they wearing? Like,
Yeah.
are they going to say anything to the camera? Oh yeah. I mean, there was the infamous, the Mike Kavanaugh with a box and then literally peeling out of the parking lot. I saw a picture that was floating around of Whipple. Whipple was on somebody's flight to Phoenix yesterday. I'm dead serious.
He just GTFO'd.
Dude, he was flying.
I'm outta
I don't
here.
know if he was A-list preferred on Southwest, but he was on the plane on like Saturday or Sunday morning.
That's hilarious. Also super on brand.
That is very extremely on
Like
brand.
he probably was like I think he was probably like a C checker.
Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't seem like he would splurge for the A-list preferred.
I did like the
He's
picture
like,
of
I like being by the bathroom.
I think Brunt's had it of him standing in the tunnel because that's really,
Yeah.
I mean, he couldn't really be near anything because of just his situation right now. From a health perspective, it's like I don't want to, there's no chance that anybody is gonna like run me over or anything here. So I'm gonna stand in the tunnel. I'm gonna watch this whole thing unfold. This is a really cool ending to the season. We talked a little about the game on Friday night.
We addressed it briefly,
but I do not want people to forget that Nebraska did beat Iowa on Friday,
and that's always a great thing.
It was awesome.
Beating Iowa is always terrific. We hate Iowa.
And maybe that'll send Iowa into some sort of crisis mode. That's what we could hope.
We can hope. Maybe they have to fire Brian Ferentz. Maybe that sets Kirk off.
That would be great.
That'd be terrific. I would love to see.
Actually, it'd be bad. I want to extend Brian Ferentz. I want to keep.
Yes, I think it's beneficial for Nebraska if Brian Ferentz is there as long as possible. But I like the drama that it possibly creates for them. I would also love the drama. We'll keep it in the Big Ten West here.
Ooh.
This is a little if you want to spice up some rivalries, go out and get Jim Leonard as your DC.
Well,
that would spice some things up.
I'd imagine that he's available.
He is available.
You know what I mean?
There is no way in hell that dude is
making
sticking around
myself
Madison.
Available. It's like, yep, okay,
and
wherever.
If
I imagine that he would get a very, very high-ranking defensive coordinator position.
If
somewhere,
if I was Jim Leonard, because I'm petty as hell,
go somewhere in the division.
I would go somewhere in the division and just start womping on.
You're not going to go to Iowa because you got Phil Parker. Like, he's great. Nothing wrong there.
Nebraska's the move.
Nebraska's the obvious landing spot for defensive coordinator.
And if
Jim
you want
Leonard.
to spice up a little Nebraska-Wisconsin rivalry that hasn't had a lot of teeth because Wisconsin just wins every year, that would do it.
So this is great
because Leonard is beloved.
So now, absolutely, it was a tough. That was a tough.
Even
pill to
Fickle,
swallow.
who is a home run for anyone, there was still division among Wisconsin fans because they love Leonard.
That softens the blow, obviously.
Yes. If it was anyone else outside of like Saban, you'd be in trouble.
But we get this really interesting sort of, you think back to Nebraska when they went quote unquote outside the family, right? And what Wisconsin has done now is they have basically murdered Jim Leonard. They're like, you know what, this is what we're going to do. We think this is the best hire for us. And if it means, stabbing our guy in the back, then great. Because from everything that I've seen, he knew nothing about this. This all happened in the quiet, in the dark.
Yes, the term that was used was blindsided, which is not what you want to do to a beloved son. Like, I understand if you want to go in a different direction, but he has to be aware that that's a possibility.
I think so too.
Like, at the very least,
this McIntosh guy, he's making moves.
He don't give an F. Yeah. McIntosh don't.
He don't care.
McIntosh is like the honey badger because he don't care. That's like a 10-year-old reference, but I'm gonna stick with it.
I remember the honey badger reference. I purposely didn't laugh.
That's fine. There's a difference. Dill hole. There's a difference between the Mickey Joseph situation where it felt like Mickey Joseph was
very aware
all along.
It's called communication. It's called being an adult.
Yes, that the chances of him getting the job were a long shot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It seemed like Jim Leonard getting the job was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
And whether that was accurate or not, Chris McIntosh
they didn't lead him to believe anything else.
Yes. And it appears they actually led him to believe that was correct, at least early on in the process. So if I'm Jim Leonard, I'm going full petty. I'm going villain origin story here. And I'd go somewhere that it sticks it to Wisconsin the most.
So they go sort of outside of the family, and they they win from an outsider's perspective. Aside from the Leonard part,
they probably win the hiring cycle.
They win the coaching
the carousel this year. Yeah,
they win. But now you get to see the difference. What is how do we take a good hire, a great hire? And then how does that work? Because all that matters is what happens 2, 3, 4 years down the line. And they beat their division, quote unquote, rival in Nebraska in the hiring game. I think that's the way.
I think most people would consider Fickell to be a sexier hire than Matt Rhule.
But then you go to all the other factors that, and that's where you bring in the Leonard conversation. That's where you bring in fit. What does Nebraska need? Because basically, as we've been able to sort of unpack this a little bit, maybe we know a little more today. It does seem like Rhule was the preferred candidate.
Yeah.
Over Fickell,
who was, I think, in the running at Nebraska.
Yeah.
I believe. And again, I did this at like the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit here because my logic about Fickell being ready to leave played out perfectly.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was played the right moment for him.
Exactly the way I thought it would. I just didn't imagine in a million years that Wisconsin was available. Like that wasn't something that occurred to me.
We had just taken that one off the board a long time ago.
Yeah. We weren't even talking about it as an open job.
Yeah.
So my logic on Fickell was sound. My logic on Wisconsin was not, obviously. And I think I've got good company there, but it seems like Nebraska purposely chose Matt Rhule.
Yeah.
And I think part of that was timing. I think they preferred the timing of Rhule, but I also think they preferred the track record of Rhule as a builder of programs.
I don't think there's any doubt.
Because as a guy who prefers Fickell in general as a coach, I do acknowledge there's a pretty good chance that Rhule is a better fit for what Nebraska needs right now.
And then you say, okay, well, you take the job at Nebraska, and there are very few strings attached. Nebraska is a place that has oftentimes, in my opinion, been burdened by its tradition. Obviously, its tradition propels them in a lot of areas as well. But when specifically bringing in new coaches, sometimes those coaches, they get to the job and they say, whoa, this is the way we have to do it this way. Why is that? Wisconsin is doing this for the very first time. And, with a new athletic director who's got a lot of answers, but still came up in the family. Sort of, right?
This is your first non-Barry Alvarez specifically blessed hire.
So what is Luke Fickell met with when he, walks into his office for the first time? Like what are the fans?
What do the players think? The players were openly campaigning for Leonard.
Absolutely.
For most of the season.
That it just seems
there's
like
an awkwardness there for sure.
It seems like a really, really heavy deal. And because of that, you have to kind of have results right away.
Yeah, because Wisconsin's not in the place that Nebraska is in terms of recent history, right? Like Nebraska hasn't made a bowl game for 6 years. Wisconsin is not that. They were 6-6 this year, and that was the disappointing year, right? So if you're Fickell, you have to improve on that basically immediately. And is he able to do that? Probably. I think he's a really good football coach, but it's a very different ask at Wisconsin right now than
there's real life pressure
at Nebraska.
Yeah.
And that's not to say that there's not pressure at Nebraska, but I think after watching this season, we also understand that there's a lot of deficiencies. I don't think Wisconsin looks at their team and says, outside of maybe Graham Mertz, and says, hey, there's a lot of deficiencies here.
And you have the sort of preface and the understanding, and I hope it's not this bad, but Matt Rhule has won a grand total of 3 games in his 2 first years in his college jobs.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Now, those are different circumstances.
I'm not saying Nebraska's going to go 2-10 next year because
that would be rough.
We've already lived through a whole bunch of 3-9s and 4-8s at this point, but it's just another
2-10 feels different.
It's just another thing, right? Even if it's 3-9 or even if it's 4-8, right? So I'm not saying that it's too terribly soft of a landing where there's no expectations whatsoever, but the temperature is just a little cooler here than it is in Madison, I think. Well, and maybe that just settles down and Wisconsin fans and players sort of embrace moving into this, and that's what you have to do, and that's probably what will happen after a certain amount of time. But when the problems come up, and inevitably it's not going to go, it doesn't go linearly up.
Yeah, it's not like a
We've seen
rocket
these-
ship. Like, it's
yeah.
not just heading to the moon.
We've seen these things before, and when there is a thing that comes up, it's it's going to be like, well, I would have liked Jim Leonard.
Yeah, how
better.
would Jim Leonard have handled
Right.
that?
Yeah.
I wonder what Barry Alvarez thinks about that. Like, there's a lot of similarities between Wisconsin and Nebraska in the way there is a pull to this coach that kind of got everything on the map. And I know Devaney was before Osborne, but there's kind of this figurehead over the program, or has been for a lot of years, that people feel the need to appeal to or to appease in certain ways. And Nebraska and Wisconsin have both broken from that with their most recent hires. And it'll be really interesting to see at a place like Wisconsin, where they're not that far removed from having, I think in as late as 2018, they had like 11 wins under Paul Chryst.
Yeah.
Like, that's not that long ago. Nebraska is much further away from that level of success.
Yep.
So I think, getting to a bowl game for Nebraska, which I've said a million times, and I truly believe getting to 6 wins is not that hard.
Yeah.
Especially next year. You get 3 in the non-con. Hopefully you get 3 in a bad Big Ten West. Like, you're there. Like, that's not that hard.
Yeah.
That's doable. Not saying it's going to be done, right? But that's doable. Whereas that's a failure at Wisconsin next year, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's a big difference there.
Yeah, like the only thing missing from the Wisconsin thing was Chris McIntosh coming up and saying we refuse to gravitate to mediocrity.
Yeah, it's like at the end of the day, we had to evaluate where Minnesota was.
We would have loved, that would have been amazing.
He had gone full Stevie P.
Yeah, and you're like, what year is this? Where am I?
What's his name?
Hey, why not? Let's take a phone call. We're here for you guys today, because we're gonna operate sort of as the pregame show to the main event, which is at 1:30 today. Matt Rhule will be introduced. Trev Alberts will speak as well. Curious to see how transparent he is about the process and the things along the line, because it was a 75-day process to end up on Matt Rhule, and where the staff goes from here. We've heard reported hires as of this morning. Marcus Satterfield.
Marcus Satterfield.
Marcus Satterfield.
I love this mic, by the way.
He's the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. He looks like he will be your next offensive coordinator at Nebraska.
Yeah, Chris Lowe is reporting that Marcus Satterfield has told him he accepted the job.
Yeah, so this appears
to be a done deal.
They had 2 pretty big wins over the last couple weeks,
and 2 very nice offensive performances.
But more importantly, the connection is there with Rhule.
Yeah,
and not necessarily, you got the hottest coordinator on the market. They got a, I guess, quote unquote, kind of hot guy if you're just looking at the last couple games. But the Rhule connection there is important. So we'll get into all that throughout the show. But let's take a phone call here. Why not?
Let's do it.
951-1620, the Les Hills Harley-Davidson hotline. You guys can use that all show long. We have Mike. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, fellas. As far as the conversation that you guys were having, as far as comparing the hires, Luke Fickell at Wisconsin, Matt Rhule at Nebraska,
yeah.
And you were saying, it was a sexy hire, and maybe Wisconsin won the coaching battle because they got the sexy hire. I would take the substantive hire over the sexy hire, especially after Scott Frost, because that was the sexy hire.
Yeah.
And that was the huge news thing that he was coming from UCF and coming to Nebraska. That was the sexy hire. And we won the press conference and we won the coaching, search that time around. I would much rather take a under the radar and have everybody doubt, Matt Rhule. And I don't know why you would doubt him, because, proof is in the pudding. But I would much rather take the substantive hire at this point than ever take another sexy hire at Nebraska ever again.
Mike, no doubt about it. And thanks for the call. Two very, very different things, right? We are saying, just to be extremely clear, just because you win the coaching carousel and you win the sexy hire off, whatever it might be, does not guarantee any success or lack thereof.
Well, nothing does, right? Nothing guarantees success.
If we're just isolating the carousel itself,
yes,
Nebraska won it in 2017 when they hired Scott Frost. Wisconsin won it this year when they hired Luke Fickell. Now, obviously, Scott Frost sucked.
He didn't work out.
So that doesn't mean Luke Fickell's going to suck either.
No.
But I'm just saying, we're talking about 2 separate deals here.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking about this I think it was on Bigger Overreaction with you. There's a difference between a good hire and a good coach, right? Like, I still believe that hiring Scott Frost was a good move in terms of that was the right move at the time. The problem is he's a bad football coach, or at least at this level, he was not a good football coach. So you can
or for the situation,
yes,
or whatever.
however you want to put it, but you can get the hire right and not have it be the right results still. Like, Wisconsin got the hire right. I'm convinced of that. Does it mean Fickell's going to succeed there? I don't know. I think Nebraska got the hire right. Does it mean Matt Rhule's going to succeed here? I don't know. But in terms of what was available and what Nebraska needs at the time, I think Matt Rhule's the right hire.
Yeah.
When you look at Wisconsin, what was available? What did they need? Luke Fickell's probably the right hire. That guarantees you nothing. It just means you probably went through the process correctly, right? And there's a huge gap between those things. The hiring process is one thing. The actual results are a total different thing. And it's really hard not to marry those things together, especially when you're looking back at a tenure of a Scott Frost or someone like that. But you have to remember that at the time, who was available, what other jobs were open, the context of the hiring matters a lot.
Yeah, and it doesn't take into account, I mean, even if you're just isolating the carousel part, it still doesn't take into account the staff that person brings along.
Right.
You can grade that on resumes.
Like,
and resumes
hiring
only as well.
Frost might have been the right move. Him bringing his entire UCF staff was a
move.
terrible move.
Yeah, decidedly wrong.
Right? Like, it started going bad almost immediately, and we didn't know it at the time.
Right.
But we're like, oh, that's cool. They're all really close, I guess.
Yeah.
But, deep down, you're like, are a group of 5 coaches really going to be able to hack it here?
And by the way, you'll see a bunch of Rhule guys come along with Rhule as well.
You will.
But all those guys have, a lot of those guys have Power 5 experience. And,
NFL experience.
Some of them have NFL experience.
A lot of them have NFL experience.
I'm really intrigued to see how the staff sort of rounds out today. And
if they land an Elijah Robinson, I'm going to be pumped.
Yeah, hey, that was one of the names that I when you point out Rhule, you're like, okay, just let's take this one step further.
Yeah.
Who would be the one like knock your socks off assistant hire?
It's Elijah Robinson
right there.
The D line
coach.
And I know people like,
A&M
didn't he just hire a D line coach? There's word that he might be an analyst.
Yeah.
Or a staffer, the guy that he brought from Carolina.
There's
with
a
him.
group of names who are going to be on the staff.
Support staff, though.
And support staff is one part.
Analysts, support staff, whatever. I promise
we know
you,
Satterfield's going to be the offensive coordinator.
If Elijah Robinson wasn't coming to Nebraska, there will be a place for him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
At whatever dollar amount he wants.
And then Robbie, before we let you go, I want your take on this. Do you think there will be anything on Mickey today? Is that something that you want to have at least an idea of what you're going to do before you walk up to the microphone?
I think you have to have at least talked to him.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because I don't think because you're going to get a question or multiple questions.
And Matt, Matt Rhule, and this is all sort of the game that you're playing here. But if Mickey is not going to be on the staff, Matt Rhule has to make it sort of clear that there was an opportunity to join
that
the
it was
staff.
Mickey's choice.
Yeah.
If he's like, nah, didn't want him, that's going to be a tough sell.
That's the touchiest deal we have with
yes,
this.
absolutely. If he's like, hey, we would love to have Mickey on staff, but he needs to do what's best for him, and he hasn't decided that yet, that's a totally acceptable answer. If the answer is, don't have room for him, that's going to be, and listen, that's still an acceptable answer because I think
ultimately you have to.
You have to give the head coach the ability to hire his own staff, but that's going to be a really tough sell to Nebraska fans. I wonder if getting the offensive coordinator on board now opens the door to have the Mickey discussion.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's obviously going to be Mickey's direct supervisor.
Yeah, there's a hierarchy
as the OC there. So you wonder if before we get to a press conference here in 3 hours, if there's going to be a little conference call between Mickey and Rhule and Satterfield to kind of see, hey, what does this look like? What are we thinking about here in terms of Mickey's future? But I think you have had to have a conversation with him before you step to that microphone.
So by the way, fans are being invited, not to the presser. So let me just sort of try to decipher this.
It seems like there's a pep rally kind of thing happening.
Prior to the presser, the public is invited to join us in welcoming Coach Rhule as he arrives outside East Memorial Stadium at Gate 20. Arrival is set for 12:50 p.m. don't be late. Shortly after this, fans will be allowed to enter the stadium and watch the press conference on the big screen. Huh.
Yeah, it seems like kind of a little pep rally.
It is.
Which, go for it.
So gate 20.
Get the band out.
I guess, that's where he's going to enter in the stadium. Is there's how many people are going to show up for that?
I don't know. At least it's not gate 25, though, right?
I guess so. Yeah, that would set a bad tone early, probably. Great news. Nebraska is able to sort of move on from the Frost era and all those guys and everything like that. Oh, let's have a prep rally at gate 25. No. Be a weird start. Gate 20.
20.
Gate
2-0.
Gate 20.
2-0. A little pep rally for Matt Rhule and family.
How about that?
Listen, they
and
seem
then the press conference being in the Hawks.
Yeah. Instead of the third floors where they do a lot of those.
Yeah, it's like this big sort of wide open area. When Frost was hired, there's obviously a whole bunch of people on the third floor, and it felt more like a pep rally than it felt like an introductory press conference.
Sure.
Is you had the media there, but they were completely outnumbered by former players, friends of Frost, I don't know, fans, boosters, donors, people wearing red.
Let's be honest. It's not like the media was terribly impartial about that hiring either. You know what I mean?
It was I will always remember that day because of how how monumental it felt.
Yeah.
How big it felt. So not only was the third floor packed with people, and then, everybody was the ADs and support staff and everybody was there watching as well. And then there's on the fourth floor, if you go up to the suite level, you could sort of look down in on it. And that railing was lined with people. So in this setup, I don't know how they're going to have it set up at the Hawks. But there is some room for people to sit and watch. They have a few chairs and stuff on a second level there. But it will feel a little less like classy corporate, and a little bit more of like, this is big and everybody sort of welcome,
Yeah, you want it to feel like college football, right? Like, this is a guy that's coming from the NFL, coming back to college football. You want it to feel like college football. That's the difference, right? NFL is, I know college football becomes more like a business every day, but the NFL is the heartless corporation, and college football's got all the heart, right? You want to show the heart.
Yeah.
That's where it is.
Oh, and you will be able to show the heart if you line up before 12:50 at gate 20.
There you go.
You'd like to welcome Coach Rhule and his family. His family gets off the plane as well, visible.
Yeah. Very present.
Remember, Scott Frost's family not present that day.
No, invisible, if you will.
Invisible. In fact, Scott Frost made it very clear on that day, don't talk to my family. I'm not doing any of that. This one might feel a little bit more inviting.
Yeah, I would think so.
A little bit more inviting.
No, Matt Rhule's a really engaging guy.
I think so too.
I think you saw him.
But you always wonder, like, how do you handle people being there when you hop off the plane?
Sure.
And everybody who knows your name and knows who you are, and you have no idea who they are.
Yeah.
And you just arrived here for the very first time in your life.
And knows your wife's name and probably knows your kids' names and like all these things that are a little creepy, if we're honest.
How do you handle that? He hasn't had that at any of his jobs so far.
No, not really. Not to the extent that he's going to have it now. So yeah, that's different, but he seems like a guy that is, you watch him on television appearances, you hear him speak at these different coaches clinic conferences and stuff like that. He seems like a guy that's incredibly good at just connecting with whatever room he's in. And I think that's going to go a long way today.
All right. By the way, Mickey Joseph mentioned as a name potentially at Tulsa.
Oh, interesting.
Philip Montgomery fired. Bruce Feldman threw him in on the list.
Also,
put out.
A place that would make a ton of sense if Willie Fritz does end up getting that Georgia Tech job, which people have backed off of a little bit.
Yeah.
Tulane makes the most sense in the world for Mickey Joseph.
Yeah, that would be fun, actually.
That would be a lot of fun. Like, can you imagine the guys he would get at Tulane?
Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
So, I think he's going to have options. It's going to depend on what he wants to do. Does he want to be a head coach long term? Because if he does, he probably needs to start doing that now.
Hey, by the way, what's going on with Auburn?
Don't know.
Because it was like, all right, Lane, nope. Hugh Freeze, people aren't handling this very
Seems
well.
like people revolted.
Yeah, what's going on?
I heard last night they were trying to get Urban now.
Oh, great. Oh, no. The fun one that happened today was people are connecting the dots, Urban to Cincinnati. So Urban Meyer is a Cincinnati alum.
Would he go?
I have no idea.
Wow.
But I would love it.
That'd be incredible.
It would be, and then Cincinnati would win the cycle, I think. They would beat Wisconsin.
They would, yeah, I think that's fair. I think Urban Meyer wins, especially if he goes to Cincinnati.
Urban Meyer to Cincinnati. And then there's, who takes Stanford?
Stanford's interesting.
There was the Dion to Colorado thing that was on Saturday, and I was so excited. I was like, this is amazing. Please let this happen.
Yeah.
I hope it still does.
Yeah, I think Dion's got a couple options. He's been mentioned at South Florida as well. If he wants to go Power 5, Colorado's probably his option.
Yeah.
Stanford's really interesting. I think they should go talk to Jeff Monken.
Yeah.
He probably makes the most sense to me at Stanford because of his experience dealing with weird academic situations.
And is there going to be the one or two that we had last year where it was actually on this day 1 year ago today, Lincoln Riley bolts in the middle of the night.
A total like WTF moment.
And he goes to USC.
I think Fickle was pretty close to that yesterday morning or Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Now, obviously he's not Lincoln Riley, but I mean, he was coming off of a playoff appearance at Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's not P5 to P5 either,
right?
Which
so you understand making the move a little bit more. Like choosing to leave Oklahoma was a big deal in and of itself. Choosing to leave Cincinnati wasn't a big deal. It was just a surprise because nobody had connected Fickle to Wisconsin. Nobody had connected anybody to Wisconsin, really.
Yeah,
because we all assumed it was Leonard.
How do you feel? Just thinking my way through a whole bunch of these situations.
Yeah.
How do you feel if you are like a Northwestern fan today and
like, hey, we beat Nebraska.
You're like, hey, there's only like 4 of us, but I have some thoughts on this. And
I don't love being 1-11.
Yeah, and Pat Fitzgerald is, the trajectory is not up. I just saw their one person that covers them from a media perspective, the Louis Vicaire of the rival site, was like, it's time, they got to clean house. Like what's going to happen with this situation.
You wonder if he has another year like he did this year. Not saying 1 win, but let's say like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
If he pulls a David Shaw and says, hey, I'm going to step down for the betterment of the program.
And then you look around at the other quote unquote West programs, RIP after probably next year, with Rhule and Fickle and what happens.
Ferentz.
What happens if you're an Iowa fan today?
I bet you're not real comfortable.
Not terribly comfortable, right?
Especially, I mean, because Kirk's not firing Brian.
Is Kirk going to fire himself?
That's what I mean. Like, if it comes down to like, hey, Kirk, you need to move on from Brian.
Yeah,
I think there's as good a chance that he quits as there is that Brian actually gets fired.
Yeah,
like I don't think he's firing his kid.
And we've speculated on that in the past. It could be coming. It's probably coming soon.
If you're the administration and the boosters and whoever at Iowa, and you're looking what's going on at Nebraska and Wisconsin, you're probably really uncomfortable with your current situation.
Meanwhile, Purdue won the West. Shout out Nebraska.
Allegedly.
Purdue. Well, hey, they get to play Michigan in the Big Ten title game.
They get to be the sacrificial lamb.
And Minnesota's feeling okay about their situation. Illinois is feeling pretty good.
If you're Illinois, I still think you feel good.
Nebraska and Wisconsin have new coaches. Like Iowa and Northwestern probably are the most uncomfortable West programs.
I would imagine. Yeah, I would imagine maybe Northwestern the most.
Yeah,
because of.
I mean Northwestern, honestly, yeah.
Because you can't. I mean,
how do you come back from this?
Well, and I can't imagine them firing Pat Fitzgerald.
Yeah,
but
you're stuck. You're David Shaw stuck.
Does he want to step down after leading his program back into the ground after resurrecting it? Like it's a weird position to be. Whereas, like if you move on from Kirk Ferentz, it's like, hey, thanks for your time. We're leaving now.
Oh man, there is a lot to get through, and that we didn't even mention Ohio State, Michigan yet.
That was a game that happened.
Oh, it was. If you're Ohio State, you'd like to forget it happened.
Don't let them forget that this happened
forever.
Corey says Purdue didn't win the West; they just didn't lose it.
Fair enough.
I mean, sometimes that's what the game is, man.
The game is the game.
The game is the game, and in the Big Ten West, it's don't lose it.
Yeah, it's just be slightly better than everyone else.
And
slightly less bad.
They were the team to take care of business on their final week of the season.
They were the least bad
Yep.
Congratulations, Purdue.
Good job by them. Robbie, thank you.
Yes, sir. Have a good show.
That is the crossover. Exciting day to come. 1:30 Matt Rhule press conference featuring a feature from Trev Alberts and others as well. We'll have that for you here on 1620 The Zone. We're open for you guys throughout the entire show today. 402-951-1620. You can call or text into the show. Mike Schaefer, Mike Sautter will join as they normally do on Mondays. We'll come back and start things off next on 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska was up 24-0. Now it's 24-17, but this is the Hawkeye season. Padilla, clean pocket, Padilla, intercepted, ball game over. Picked off by Chris Coleman, and the Wild Wild West is still up for grabs.
We can be them forever and ever. But we can be heroes just one day. We can be heroes. We can be heroes.
It's the Connor Happer Show with Connor Happer and Josh Otson.
People forget Nebraska beat Iowa on Black Friday, 24-17, throwing the Big Ten West further into chaos. And we'll just have. Why don't we just talk about that and that only for the entire show today? Right? Nothing else happened this weekend.
Nothing else going on. Connor, focus.
Okay, good. Well, we can break it all down. How can Nebraska's offensive line and running game get better before next year? You got to really go to work. Oh, I guess they could hire a new coach.
Oh,
so this came up in Sam McEwen's column, but I thought it was amazing. I think Gary pointed it out this morning too, but here it is again. It was great news. Nebraska won on Friday. It was great for the program, great for Mickey Joseph. Like, you could see it. They grabbed the trophy, right? Even though the fans didn't want to let it go. But here's the stat. Anthony Grant, in his last 3 games against Michigan, Wisconsin, and Iowa, had 41 carries for 57 yards.
oof.
That doesn't even seem possible.
You run it that many times, you're bound to break one.
Right? I don't know what his longest carry was over that stretch, but he had 14 carries for 6 yards on Friday. And in the last 3, 41 for 57. He had 915 yards on the season, guys. He still was almost 1,000-yard back running for 50 yards in 3 games. With a lot of carries under his belt as well. Trey Palmer, the leading receiver single season in school history with his big game on Friday night. Mickey Joseph and others saying after the game, we didn't think that they had anybody who could run with Trey. And they didn't. Especially when Cooper DeJean got hurt on the first series of the game. They really didn't have anybody that could run with Trey. And Nebraska, I don't want to forget about this. I mean, people, we had a tweet from earlier from Joel. 75 days was the length of the coaching search. 75 days is still a fraction of the 2,919 days Nebraska went without beating Iowa. Well, now it's only been 4 or 3 or whatever. And I don't want to forget about it.
Don't forget. It happened.
It did happen. And it wasn't like this weird, Nebraska went out and they did the thing on Friday and they stole the Big Ten West away from Iowa, even if they couldn't steal. And then you start to really think about it. You're like, okay, well, Iowa was the only Big Ten West opponent that Nebraska beat this year. But they had a 14-3 lead against Wisconsin in the fourth quarter. They kicked a stupid onside kick against Northwestern. They just about beat Purdue late in the game as well. So you start to think about it that way. You actually start getting progressively more triggered.
I was doing that Friday night. I was like, oh my gosh, if you finished against Wisconsin, finish against Northwestern, you had a lead against Minnesota.
Yeah.
Oh man, this season could have been really fun.
So there is a positive in that too. And when you start to go through it, this team with all of its flaws could have still won this division, the Big Ten West. It's insane to think about, but it is true. Even for how bad it was, and even with firing a coach and all that stuff, you probably still fire the coach midseason, even if they don't kick an onside kick against Northwestern all the way back in August. It happens at some point. Or maybe it doesn't, and then we're talking about a different thing right now. But the positive, so you get mad, and Nebraska could have maybe won the Big Ten West this year. But you also start to think, okay, this is the gap. This is the gap that Nebraska has to overcome. And Nebraska has now gone. They went 4-8 this year. They went 3-9 last year. They only won 3 games in 2020. They went 5-7 in 2019. They went 4-8 in 2018. They went 4-8 in 2017. Like you could think all the way back, and you're like, well, man, how far away are we? And the answer is not that far. I've maintained this for a long time. There's not that much of a difference between what Wisconsin is doing, what Minnesota is doing, what Iowa is doing, what Purdue is doing. Congratulations on their Big Ten West title. And where Nebraska's at. It's just not that far away. So you got to get better in the margins. That's where the Big Ten West lies. That's where the Big Ten Conference lies. In the margins, right? How can you get, here's the thing that you're going to hear from Matt Rhule today in just under 3 hours at his opening press conference. If you've listened to any of his speeches over the weekend, you will have heard this already. How does Nebraska get 1% better? 1% better every day. And you know, a lot of times that just starts in the trenches. And for that reason, maybe Nebraska came up with the perfect hire for the perfect time. Maybe. Time will tell. Matt Rhule's going to win the press conference today, though, because you're going to hear him say a lot of the things that we've been wanting to hear for a long time. And the way that he views football is similar to the way I think Trev Alberts views football. And then you think about that, and you think about the symmetry that will occur from the top down, from Ted Carter to Ronnie Green to Trev Alberts to Matt Rhule and his staff. It will be there, without a doubt. I think we would have said the same thing 5 years ago. You know, so not to go all the way revisionist history, but I don't know, man. You'll hear Matt Rhule talk today, and you'll hear it on 1620 The Zone at 1:30. You'll hear Trev talk as well. And I think people are going to like what they hear because he has this sort of quality about him, and he can lead people. And he is in the process of assembling a staff. It appears as if Nebraska has a new offensive coordinator, Marcus Satterfield, the offensive coordinator of South Carolina, former offensive coordinator at South Carolina. And then you're off and running. Who else comes along? And then the Mickey Joseph question. What will happen with that? But in a very eventful last 3 or 4 days, and I do not want it to be forgotten what Mickey Joseph and the boys did on Friday. How about Casey Thompson, too? Casey Thompson, 20 of 30, 278, 3 touchdowns, no picks. Obviously was aided by, 165 from Palmer, including an 87-yard bomb, but that ball was perfectly placed, right? Casey Thompson, through all the injury and having a bad season this year, I was just happy to see that team finish that off, with a win, with something to show for their results. Now, it doesn't make it not nail biting at the end. It was like, woo, they really want this. They are trying too hard right now. 24-0 became 24-7, and then became 24-10, and then became 24-17. You're like, all right, just hang on. Hang on. Quentin Newsom, intercept that thing. Intercept it again, Quentin. Come on. And Chris Kolarevic finally got one at the end. A phone call, and we'll have plenty of these throughout the show today. Like to be in touch with you guys, 402-951-1620 on the Lusso's Harley-Davidson hotline. You could also text the same number, 402-951-1620. Watch us on 1620thezone.com. We had a 3-hour reaction show, me, Josh, and John on Saturday morning. That is still in the archives on the YouTube page as well, also podcasted on the Big Red Overreaction feed. So if you want the immediate reaction there, you can find that as well. But stick with us all day. We'll take you up to and then through the press conference and all the way until 6 o'clock this evening. Mike is our next caller on the Connor Happer Show. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Excellent. How are you?
Man, I really think, I've been hearing from the first show, I'm hearing from your show. I think people making a big mistake. What happens to all the recruits, including Malachi Coleman, that Mickey had got to come here? They all gone. I mean, this guy's gonna start with nothing, which
Well, what if Mickey stays, Mike?
What if Mickey stayed? I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? If I'm Mickey,
I got you.
I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? When I got all the opportunity, you think people ain't calling him? I heard y'all mention Temple or whatever, or some other schools. You know, he even said that in one of his press conferences. You know, somebody's gonna hire me.
That's
You
true.
know?
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
So I just don't understand why they just didn't keep Mickey as the head coach. Because I guarantee you, Mickey can't do no worse than this year with all the recruits he got coming in, and all he had to do was get rid of. I'm sure if he would have got the job, he would have got rid of Whipple and got another offensive coordinator, a better one. You know, maybe the offensive line coach and the defensive line coach got rid of them. You know, and then I'm telling you, with the recruits he got coming in, first of all, they would have made next year, this year coming, they would have made they made a bowl game, and they would have been going forward from there. That's all I got to say. I know I took up a little time, but
no, you're good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Well, here's the thing. So first of all, we don't know Mickey's status with the team quite yet. We don't know where he's, is he going to be here? And then to Mike's point, I wouldn't. And that's a totally fair response to that too. Maybe Mickey just wants to, maybe he found out over the last 2 months that he just really, really liked being a head coach, and he wants to go do that at the Group of 5 level, or, whatever pops open for him. Or maybe, Matt Rhule doesn't feel like he has room to keep him around. I genuinely don't know. We might find out more about that within the next 3 or so hours. I'll say this on the recruiting side of things too. This is what happens when you hire a new head coach, sort of regardless. And I don't know that any of the recruits that are currently committed to the class and that would potentially sign in a matter of just a couple of weeks here are something that I would call program changing, which means you have to keep them around, basically at all costs. Otherwise, you feel like you're in a worse place as a program. I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way about any of these guys. One guy, and we talked about it on the reaction show on Saturday, what happens with Malachi Coleman. I don't know. We'll see. I think if Mickey's here, he stays. I think there's a chance if Mickey's not here, Malachi Coleman stays with the class. I imagine that was, one of the first calls or, areas of that Matt Rhule felt like he needed to address upon getting the job. You always have your first couple calls that you throw out there and to make recruits feel wanted, and all of a sudden Jalen Lloyd pops up with an offer on Saturday afternoon or Sunday, something like that. So yeah, I mean, you're there as we set the tone for this last week, and we set a Big Red Overreaction with Ravi and I on Friday. There are going to be some things that happen in the first 24 hours, 48 hours, or even weeks and months. That's going to be like, man, I really like this part of the program, and I'm sad you weren't able to keep it. There's just going to be some things that might happen that you might not like, and you have to prepare for that. You have to sort of mentally prepare for that. And, you also have, with a fair eye for criticism, you have to let Matt Rhule, build it the way he wants to build it as well. There's no doubt about it. The Mickey question is huge, though. It is. So how does that go today and over the next few days? We may find out more on that. All right. Calls, texts from you guys, 402-951-1620. You can also tweet at Happer Show on the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed, or at Connor Happer. By the way, Sautter, Schaefer, Schaefer will join in just about a half hour here. The lineup is powered by the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. We're off and running. Josh, if you'd like to get me a Christmas gift, please get me a big hat.
Oh, we're going to talk about the big hat. Don't worry.
It's Cyber Monday. I want the big hat. I want the big hat. I'm just telling everybody it's Cyber Monday today, and I want the big hat from Brian Robinson's friend who makes big hats.
He didn't know the company name. He didn't know where to get him. He makes big hats. I told him I'd wear a big hat. Doing an excellent Turd Ferguson impersonation.
Major Turd Ferguson energy.
Yeah, it's a big hat.
We'll be back with more next on 1620 The Zone.
Rich Eisen here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. Week 12 concludes with Mike Tomlin's Pittsburgh Steelers traveling to Indianapolis to face Matt Ryan and the Colts. Both are coming off a disappointing loss last week, which will bounce back with a win. Join me from the studio, along with Kevin Harlan and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner on the call to find out on Monday Night Football.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
There isn't a better time to save than right now at all 42-degree locations during our annual Black Friday sale. With savings up to 50%, the most knowledgeable and friendly staff. What are you waiting for? Save on Kratom, CBD, pipes, vaporizers, candles, Delta, and a whole lot more. Are you looking for certified premium e-juice or a premium disposable? Then come to the source, 42 degrees, and save up to 50% during our annual Black Friday sale. By your mom's house.
Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows. The Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More, by Barry Law, by Union Bank and Trust, by DJ's Dugout, and by McGow Law. Before and after each Creighton game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
Last year, I enrolled my family for health care coverage through the health insurance marketplace. Do I need to enroll again?
Yes, we have seen the plans available through the marketplace change, and new options may be available. You must re-enroll for 2023 to ensure you or your family are in the right plan for your budget and needs. One World Community Health Centers in Omaha can help. Just call 402-502-8888 to set up an appointment with a team member.
I don't have health coverage, and I'm worried that if I get sick, I can't afford the medical bills. How do I get started?
Getting started is easy and free. Just call to set up an appointment with a Navigator enrollment specialist. We will explain your coverage options, answer any questions, help you enroll, and see if you qualify for financial assistance. Open enrollment is November 1st through January 15th. Re-enroll in healthcare coverage or enroll for the first time. Call One World Community Health Centers at 402-502-8888 to set up an appointment.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever, only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
This is Scott Schultz from Host Coffee. 2022 marks our 50th year and business has never been better. We are rapidly growing and adding new customers, which means we need new route drivers and service technicians. We have new jobs for those new to the industry with little or no experience, and new careers that require knowledge in the coffee and vending world. There's a good chance we have just what you need in a new job. Host Coffee offers competitive pay and understands the work-life balance. Apply today at hostcoffee.net/careers and join our team.
Listen to Woodhouse Auto Family Blue Jay Overtime, the Creighton men's basketball postgame show on 1620 The Zone. Live from DJ's Dugout downtown. It's right after every home game, presented by Barry Law. Exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
All right, welcome back. Connor Happer, Josh Hodson with you on a Monday edition of the Connor Happer Show. You're on 1620 The Zone. Also, you can watch on 1620thezone.com. Matt Rhule will have his introductory press conference today in about an hour and a half, or 2.5 hours. And you'll be able to hear that here. And we'll take it as long as it goes. We'll go through the crossover, and they'll probably John and Josh will have immediate reaction to it after that as we make the shift to the afternoon. By the way, Josh mentioned this during the break, our new coach press release pool that we tried that one day to get started, but never really followed through on it. Classic.
Very on brand for us.
We were asking various members of the media when, and this is months out, when get me down to a date and a time for the press release for the new coach. It ended up being Saturday, November 26th at 9:00 a.m. Straight on the dot.
Sharp. That was a scheduled tweet.
9:00. We'll get to the timing of it here in just a second. Closest goes to Husker Online's Robin Washut.
Congratulations, Robin.
Who guessed Sunday the 27th at 9 a.m. He was exactly 24 hours off. Nobody went early. Nobody went Saturday. We only pulled 4 people.
And 2 of them were us.
Me, you, Robin, and Prutz. We could have done a lot more with that.
Probably could have hit that one a little harder.
It did feel weird after we were asking people, like, it felt like we were running out of stuff to say at that point. And that's probably.
Well, every time we asked somebody, they went, oh, gosh.
Yeah.
And then they sat and thought about it for 30 seconds without saying anything.
Well, I asked Mitch Sherman how many games they would win at the beginning of the season. He said, I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like, that's not the game, Mitch.
You didn't anticipate being asked this on one of your many radio hits each week?
It's like 2 days before the season. How many games do you think they're going to win?
I don't know. I'll tell you after the first game.
Ask me next week. It's like, okay, I'll ask you next week. I love it. So congratulations to Robin. We'll send a gift in the mail. But as far as the timing goes, so how about that, man? And this is well coordinated, right? So Nebraska beats Iowa on Friday evening. It is heavily assumed at that point that it's going to be Matt Rhule. And then it really starts getting hot and heavy Saturday morning pretty early, in the 8 o'clock hour, 7 o'clock hour. There's a couple tweets. Nebraska is targeting. Nebraska is zeroed in. Then there were some confirmations of it. And it's like, yes, Matt Rhule is going to be the next new head coach at Nebraska. It will be announced soon. 9 o'clock on the dot. 9 o'clock on the dot. Matt Rhule is announced as Nebraska's head coach. And within the next 45 minutes, he's making an appearance on College Game Day with a selfie camera from the beach. And they're asking him, hey, why Nebraska? And he has to answer that question for the first time. That's a question that you ask when you think the coach is really good, but you're not quite sure about what the program is. So you could have had all your options in the world. Why here? Why Nebraska? And you go to the same standard line, which is, I grew up watching Nebraska. So Matt Rhule played revering Nebraska. Matt Rhule played linebacker at Penn State from what years? 94 to 97.
Oh.
So a lot of times in your formative years, high school, college, you just remember these things. I think he remembers Nebraska being very, very good. Anyway, so that's a big part of this thing. He's college football, right? He knows college football. He's excited to be back in college football, but he's excited to develop young people. And that's what you'll hear from Matt Rhule today. But I was, you can't help but think just the way it went from a timing perspective is like, okay, how long had we been sort of planning this out? He's going to show up on College Game Day 45 minutes after he's announced, and you're able to at least steal the spotlight or share the spotlight momentarily with the pregame hype for Michigan and Ohio State, which is pretty dang cool.
Which did not live up to the hype.
What? Why not?
Oh, I mean,
Michigan Ohio State was awesome.
That game was not close.
17 million people watch Michigan Ohio State.
Yeah.
17 million people for a 2-3 game. And they got to see Ohio State. Ohio State, I guess we're just going to, circle through a whole bunch of things today.
I didn't mean to diverge just like that.
No, it's fine. Because I was going to go off on the tangent anyway, probably. 17 million people watch the game. Is everything okay, Ohio State?
I don't think it is.
Back when Urban Meyer was their coach, this is what Urban Meyer brings to the table, right? Not only are you going to be supremely talented, but he's got a bunch of jerks, like he's a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a bunch of jerks on his team, and they're cocky and they know they're good and they think that they're better than you.
Urban Meyer looks like a Disney villain.
Yeah, right? And Ohio State just, and sometimes when playing football and actually being that good, that could be an advantage to you. They don't look like that anymore. Like I don't get the sense looking at them that they felt they were any better than Michigan. And that's probably because they weren't. Maybe just Michigan was a better football team, but like that confidence more oozed from the Michigan side of the field than it did from the Ohio State side of the field. And then to put it away with a couple huge runs, turnovers, Ohio State looking bad on Stroud's, pitch forward interception, whatever that was. That's a not very Ohio State moment. So what happens with that? And it's a very, very high standard to live up to.
And then you zoom out and you look at the macro for Ohio State and you go, okay, you had a nice win against Notre Dame in the first week of the season, and then you didn't play anyone until late October when you went to Happy Valley and you won. And then you struggled against Northwestern, you struggled against Maryland.
And we're still talking about them as a lock for the college football playoff.
Oh, not if USC wins.
It's going to be an interesting weekend. That is for sure. Conference championship games are set. TCU and K-State in the Big 12, USC and Utah in the Pac-12, and your Heisman odds have shifted firmly in the hands of Caleb Williams.
Did the pose a couple of times on Saturday.
LSU and Georgia in the SEC title game. UCF and Tulane in the AAC title game.
Hot take here, Connor. This is a bad slate of games.
You don't like conference championship weekend this weekend?
Well,
it's not. No, it's not.
It's a bad slate of games.
Well, nobody's watching ACC because it has no bearing on anything whatsoever.
Nope. Pac-12 is the only good game, and that's on a Friday night.
Only if you're like looking if LSU can cause chaos, if Purdue can cause chaos, if K-State can cause chaos.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to watch it for the chaos factor.
I wouldn't expect. I don't know. I guess
I'm not betting my money on
out of those three.
Okay.
LSU, K-State, Purdue. Who has the best chance of winning their title game? Is it K-State?
It's K-State, right?
Yeah. I mean, they're only 2.5-point underdogs.
TCU doesn't blow anybody out. In fact, they often come from behind. I don't know if you've heard this about TCU.
Interesting. Georgia's a 17.5-point favorite in the SEC title game. Michigan a 16-point favorite in the Big Ten title game on Saturday night. USC 3 points against Utah as it stands right now. By the way, speaking of rankings, new basketball AP poll out. We won't talk much Creighton basketball today, but what a week it was for them in Maui. Almost
that was a fun game. Almost came back and did it.
Almost got the job done.
That big guy for Arizona is good.
Balo, watch out.
Yeah.
And because of their efforts, with a 2-1 performance in the Maui Invitational, 2 wins against ranked teams, Creighton gets bumped up to number 7 in the AP poll. They will take on number 2 Texas on Wednesday night. A top 7 battle.
ESPN.
Yeah, that's a fun night, and then they will return home to play the surging ? Nebraska Cornhuskers.
Yeah.
Hey, you win against a high major team.
Absolutely.
I don't care if their record's 1-6.
Oh no,
still a 20-point win against Florida State last
That's
night.
a great win. And when you're not expected to be very good, you can't take those wins lightly.
Creighton, number 7 in the AP poll, ties their highest ranking ever. Ever. So with 2 wins this week, they would likely exceed that mark, but it will be a tough task when they play on Wednesday. Okay, plenty to get through here. We'll talk about the money. We got some questions pre the press conference here that we're going to get to as well. I will not allow you to forget about Nebraska beating Iowa on Friday. And what Matt Rhule inherits. Also, your questions, thoughts, Connor at 1620thezone.com on the Equitable Bank inbox and all the other ways to get in touch with the show. More up next. Schaefer coming up at the bottom of the hour on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here from my friends at Kugler Vision, the only office in our area that specializes in all 7 forms of modern vision correction. See if you qualify for a procedure today by calling them at 402-558-2211 or going to KuglerVision.com.
Are you that relative who's always asked to bring plates and napkins to the family dinner? Bring brews instead. Specially quality, locally brewed Nebraska beers and ciders. The Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild wants you to know that local brewers are working on special seasonal beverages to make your holiday family get-togethers a day full of fun, football, and feasting. Lots and lots of feasting. Plus, you'll never be asked to bring plates and napkins again, especially if your goofy cousin from Iowa brings that state's favorite beer. Cheers.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
The Blue Jay Zone is brought to you by Barry Law. We're in it to win it. The all-time record low temperature in the Bahamas is 41 degrees. So imagine how freshman center Frederick King felt when the temperature wouldn't escape the 20s in Omaha.
It don't even get below 60 anymore. Not even below 70 right now. So right now I'm just dying.
you got the turtleneck on. You got 3 coats. You got a hat. Yeah.
But you're getting used to it.
Kind of.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Your most important assets are your body, your mind, and your future. When those are jeopardized by an injury that isn't your fault, you need to fight back and regain your life. Barry Law has represented thousands of Nebraskans, protecting their rights and securing their futures. If you've been injured in an accident, add more firepower to your fight. Choose the injury attorneys at Barry Law to make that next step. Call Barry Law at 402-999-7777 or visit BarryLawFirm.com. At Barry Law, we fight alongside those who choose to fight back.
The Woodcliff Restaurant in Fremont is just a quick sleigh ride from Omaha at Woodcliff Lake. Get a head start on all your stocking stuffers with gift cards from the Woodcliff Restaurant. Winters at the Woodcliff Restaurant are warm and inviting, like a Santa's workshop, but more fun. Stop fighting traffic, parking, and one-way streets. Slow down and enjoy a fantastic dinner at the lake with family and friends this holiday season. The Woodcliff Restaurant is Santa approved. Check them out at thewoodcliffrestaurant.com or on Facebook for specials and events.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can. with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
By the way, quick thing to clean up here. Creighton basketball at Texas on Thursday. I incorrectly, fake news media mentioned that it was Wednesday. Apologies. All right, how are we feeling about Marcus Satterfield? Because you got to get all your takes out before you even know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
you know.
before the staff is announced, you got to get out there on an opinion.
Here's what I'm going to do. In the day of me being overwhelmingly positive about Nebraska's situation and them beating Iowa on Friday, and this is what we're going to do. Here's what I'll say. Yes, they won these last two games, and those two games, South Carolina, who beat Clemson and Tennessee, those games, that was a big Marcus Satterfield thing. The previous 10 games before that, and the year before that as well, whatever was bad from that was Spencer Rattler's fault. Last year, all the things that went bad at South Carolina for their offense, we're hanging that on Spencer Rattler. You okay with that?
So the bad stuff was spent. Well, what was the good stuff?
The good stuff is for Satterfield.
Okay.
The bad stuff was Spencer Rattler.
Had a great 2 weeks.
That's what I'm going for. Matt emailed in. He said on the Equitable Bank inbox, Rattler to NU, question mark. We'll see. We'll see what Marcus Satterfield has to say when he talks to the media for the first time in probably a couple weeks here or so. But I can't imagine that Spencer Rattler was a very good fit.
It was weird when it was announced.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about Rattler, I want to get to Bob in a second, but the thing about Rattler is he is so talented that sometimes his immense talent makes him believe he can do things that coaches don't want you to do because they're bad decisions for a lot of people, but they're sometimes not bad decisions for guys like Spencer Rattler because he's so good and he can make his arm talent is so good and he can make throws that other people just can't make. And it's because of this fact, then you get a little overconfident. You start, you start playing outside of the system a little bit. And the fact is, you need guys like that who can make plays like that to beat upper end teams like Tennessee and Clemson. You need efforts like that when you threw 5 touchdowns against Tennessee or 6 touchdowns against Tennessee a couple weeks ago. Other times, when you just need him to do the bare minimum, you need him to do the regular stuff, not always on point. Hey, make this throw like 75% of the time. Can we do this? I'm going to throw it further. So like that's what you have to deal with when you have a really, really talented guy like him. And I think that's tough for offenses that like this one, like the Marcus Satterfield offense, the Matt Rhule offense that, are just a little bit more conservative. That's all. Let me get a quarterback that fits a little bit better. I would doubt the Spencer Rattler to Lincoln train.
Marcus Satterfield, 6-16 as a head coach. Mike Riley 2.0.
Thank you, Josh. Had to start it some way. It's not Matt Rhule anymore, right? Not Mike Riley 2.0?
No.
Okay, good. Bob is our next caller on the Connor Happer Show. Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Hey, Hap. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So, I guess I'm undecided on the Rhule hire. I do want to see what happens on the field. I guess I'm tired of seeing the lifting videos in the off season and getting hyped, even though I'm guilty of drinking the Kool-Aid myself. But it seems like in the small sample size of half a day in the Nebraska sports media cycle, it seems like I'm getting sold on Rhule. It seems like there's a lot of defense being played. Why is that? Is that just kind of the times we're in, or why does it feel like I guess the fan base isn't quite sold on Rhule and why we're trying to be sold on it? Thanks,
Okay.
Ab.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Bob. Appreciate it. I don't know. People sort of convince themselves, if he fits a certain profile. I mean, for as much as Josh just joked about it, I mean, we heard the Mike Riley 2.0 thing a lot. So I think a lot of it is you're just sort of scarred by what's happened in the past. Nebraska, the fact is Nebraska's tried a whole bunch of different coaches from a whole lot of different profiles and backgrounds and situations. And, none of the last four, I guess. It's hard to say that Bo Pelini and Frank Solich didn't work, but it ended in their firings, right? So, these guys, quote unquote, didn't work. And then we look at their resumes and their profiles and we compare them to the guys that we've seen before. And then he says, oh, well, this is why this isn't going to work. I think it's more that than anything else. And as we said last week at the end of the week, Matt Rhule I would not describe Matt Rhule as quote unquote a home run hire, right? It is not it does not come with a lot of flash, as at least as much as the Scott Frost one did, right? If we're just talking about the hire in particular, that was awesome. It was a huge day for the fan base, and you got the best coach on the market. Now, maybe for Nebraska's situation, they think they get the best coach on the market, but Robbie and I were talking about this earlier. Maybe Luke Fickell is a sexier coach at the moment. Maybe Urban Meyer is a sexier coach and he hasn't found a spot to land yet, or somebody else is going to steal somebody from another Power 5 school, and you'll say, "Man, that was just a really, really good hire." But I think maybe why it's more convinced, you're trying to be convinced or persuaded rather than I'm going all the way in on this, is basically amounts to PTSD, right? Don't you think?
I tweeted it out on Saturday, the Michael Scott gif. I am ready to get hurt again.
Yeah.
I'm
This is the beauty of it, man. You at the very beginning, you make yourself believe that anything could happen, and there are no limits. There is no ceiling.
It's the honeymoon period
to what could potentially happen, and that's what the first month of having a new head coach is about. That will kick off today.
I mean, you can talk yourself into it. You can talk yourself out of it. There was success at Temple. There was success at Baylor. It got him a job in the NFL.
There's no guarantees.
But there were bad seasons at Temple. There were bad seasons at Baylor because of other things. And he got fired at Carolina. Like, whatever case you want to make, you can make.
No guarantees, baby. No guarantees. All you can do is say, all right, here are the reasons it could work. Here are the reasons it might not work. And at the end, we might not even cover, if it ends up not working with Rhule, we might not even cover the reasons that it won't work. Something could come out of nowhere. We didn't know what we thought we knew about Scott Frost, right? So never let the fear of striking you out, of striking out, Josh, prevent you from playing the game.
Got to take a swing.
Going to keep playing the game. We are celebrating Cyber Monday. Happy Cyber Monday, Josh. You go buy me a big hat.
Buy you a big hat from Brian Robinson.
Or you could just go to 1620thezone.com, because start each hour, starting earlier this morning, you can get up to 60% off on vouchers to some of your favorite places. Deals from Early Bird, Cops, La Voltaire, Lula Bees, Omaha Children's Museum, Woodcliff, and Chili Dogs Foods and Fire. We're rolling through them all day long. Get ready to save and spend on Cyber Monday from 1620 The Zone. Visit 1620thezone.com for all the details. Josh, quickly, we got an update on this before. We are in the 11 o'clock hour, so we are rocking Lula Bees at the moment.
Correct.
All right. You can check that out.
It has not been sold out yet, according to all the data I have.
The latest information that we have received. So that's what's going on right now at 1620thezone.com. Mike Schaefer next.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mild and breezy Monday after a chilly start. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. South-southwest wind gusting around 25 miles per hour with highs in the mid-50s. Wintry mix and snow on the way for Tuesday. Expecting around 1 inch of accumulation in the metro by the evening. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
The Connor Happer Show returns in minutes on 1620 The Zone.
Creighton Sports Update.
Creighton basketball is here, and this is a season you won't want to miss. Affordable tickets for the whole family start as low as $10. Get your tickets online at gocreighton.com/tickets and cheer on your Blue Jays all season long. That's gocreighton.com/tickets. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
Duck Defense Midwest makes your home healthier and improves the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com for a special duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. That's cleanairradio.com.
The holidays are here. This holiday season, we encourage you to come support our local stores in Omaha. And Westwood Plaza has everything you need to find that perfect gift. Ostad's Golf inside Westwood Plaza is a family-owned business with strong Midwest roots. At Ostad's, they pride themselves on creating experiences that turn customers into lifelong friends. Golf equipment may be what they sell, but at the end of the day, they're really in the business of fun. Come and see them for all your gift-giving needs at Westwood Plaza, 121st and Center. In Japanese, Zan means something akin to remaining, while Shin means mind or heart. In martial arts, Zanshin refers to a particular state of heightened awareness. The dojo, Zanshin Martial Arts, is the school of the remaining heart. Their mission is to support our community as a safe space for the improvement and protection of all. Get your loved one the gift of Zanshin Martial Arts this holiday season. Come see what they're about on 125th and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Everything you need to shop locally for the holidays is at Westwood Plaza in Omaha.
Bling in the holidays with Saul's. All jewelry in stock up to 50% off. Ladies' diamond rings starting at $89. Earrings starting at $39. Gemstone rings starting at $89. Bling in the holidays with up to 50% off jewelry at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
This is Scott Schultz from Host Coffee. 2022 marks our 50th year and business has never been better. We continue to grow and add new customers. Many employers are looking for new ideas for their staff as people return to the office. Our pantry service is a great office amenity for staff and guests. Fresh food, snacks, coffee, water, and other beverages for employees and guests. Enhance your office experience with pantry service from Host Coffee. Learn more at hostcoffee.net.
For Giving Tuesday on November 29th, let's celebrate what we can do together in 24 hours. Donate to your choice of hundreds of local nonprofits with Share Omaha and the newly launched Share Iowa. Discover causes you are passionate about now at Share Omaha and shareiowa.org. Plus, when you give with Share on Giving Tuesday, bonus funds can stretch your dollar even further. Giving Tuesday is presented by Core Bank and TS Bank. Donate on November 29th at Share Omaha and shareiowa.org.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Cyber Monday is here, and The Zone has your 60% off Cyber Monday deals. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. today only for 60% off deals from Early Bird, Cops, Lula Bees, Le Voltaire, Omaha Children's Museum, and the Woodcliff Restaurant. Cyber Monday only. Some of your favorites are 60% off. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. today only for these 60% off the Zone Cyber Monday deals.
All right, we'll see if we can get a hold of Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Schaefer joined us on the reaction show on Saturday, briefly for a moment. Now we're starting to put the staff together. What do things look like in the early stages of the Matt Rhule tenure, the Matt Rhule era, the Matt Rhule tenure, from a recruiting standpoint? Who gets those immediate offers? And then, so you're in the process of assembling a staff, but what else? What else is going to happen here in the next week or so? Is the transfer portal will open up.
A lot of guys hitting it already today.
Yep. Trey Palmer, not in the transfer portal, but not coming back to Nebraska. Says, I'm going pro. I set the single season record, and I'm out of here. Thank you, Mark Whipple. Thank you, Casey Thompson. No decision yet on Casey Thompson. Does he want to come back to college for another year under a new coach and a new coordinator and a new offense and be a 25-year-old Big Ten quarterback? Mickey Joseph talked on and on this year about how all of the quarterbacks that they saw were like, well, they're like 30 years old. By the way, Josh Schaefer says he's ready now. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'll call him, I guess.
So Mickey Joseph talked on and on this year about how every quarterback, Aiden O'Connell is like 24 years old. And Spencer Petras, even though we didn't see him for very long, has been around for a long time. And Graham Mertz has been around for a while now. He is in his third season, right? So a lot, Tommy DeVito is in his fifth, sixth, I think, year of college football, playing at a whole bunch of different places. How much of an advantage would it be for Nebraska and Marcus Satterfield's offense to have a guy like Casey Thompson back next year? And would they decide to do that? Or does Casey want to go in a different direction? Or does Nebraska's offense want to go in a different direction itself? We may have answers to these things shortly, but until then, all we can do is speculate. And we do so with our friend Mike Schaefer from Husker 24/7. Schaefer, what's going on?
I love to speculate. What are we speculating about?
We're speculating about Casey Thompson's future.
Well, the first thing, the Marcus Satterfield name isn't particularly new, and it's one that we've kind of been tracking. And just kind of like looking at sort of his background and quarterbacks he's worked with and a little bit about Matt Rhule, it does feel like Casey Thompson would be a pretty good fit for what Marcus Satterfield wants to do, for what Matt Rhule has done in the past. And it would be for this upcoming year, it'd be good to have that kind of continuity right off the bat. And so I think just, as someone whose life doesn't depend on the decision, sure feels like Casey Thompson sticking around would make sense for both parties.
What do you think about the, you've had a little bit of time to at least think about it and the potential fit. We knew that Sautter is a Rhule guy anyway, so no surprise that he comes over, especially with the timing working out with South Carolina. I guess what's your thought altogether on the hire and the first, known major one? It's a major position, offensive coordinator for Matt Rhule.
Yeah, it lines up because as we've kind of noticed, Matt Rhule likes these guys. I mean, he's worked with quite a few coaches, and it tends to be when he hires people, it's people that have been in his system, that he's familiar with, that he knows what they're thinking, what they're doing, that they have a similar vibe. And so that's why Marcus Satterfield kind of fits in that. What's going to be interesting is how it works with the Big Ten. Now, coming from the SEC, that's the closest equivalent you're getting to Big Ten football. So I think that's a good thing. You look inside individual performances for South Carolina, and you see a lot of peaks and you see a lot of valleys. And it's worth pointing out, I mean, they've had their issues with that offense since Shane Beamer kind of took over. Yep. And it's been everything from, they had to go get a graduate assistant to be their starting quarterback at times.
That's right. Yeah.
The first year in Zeb Nolan. And so, and then they just haven't had a reliable running game to work with. So Marcus Satterfield kind of had to make magic happen in a similar way to Mark Whipple. And I know that's not what people want to hear, and I'm not evoking that they're similar, but the idea is that he hasn't had the best of tools to work with. It's sort of been a transition for him there. So he's kind of used to working in that environment, which I think will serve him well. Now, what the identity ultimately looks like at the end of it, that's what I'm most curious about. Because the thing with Matt Rhule, at least with those Baylor teams, is they ran the ball. They also had quarterback run game in there, but it felt more like kind of a game managing thing. They certainly felt like they played through their defense. And that's not what you saw from Marcus Satterfield in South Carolina at the end. So it's just sort of an interesting marriage there.
Casey is a really interesting fit for that kind of offense, because I think, you know, he's so experienced and he can make a lot of different throws and like I made the point a couple times during this year, like he looks vastly different from the other quarterbacks Nebraska had on its roster, not only because he's more talented, but because of his experience as well. And that's a huge thing to sort of introduce, especially with a first-year head coach and offensive coordinator. But then you think about what Satterfield had with Spencer Rattler this year, and that guy, I mean, he can make crazy, crazy throws and insane plays just because of his arm talent. And then also, you know, he'll make a whole bunch of baffling decisions. And you saw the inconsistency in their offense. Like Casey's has a little bit of that to his game, but as he's sort of, you know, I guess progressed and aged as a college football player, like it's gone a little bit more toward the, I want to be the steady guy. And some of that is the situation that you're in, but it's a really interesting fit.
Yeah, I definitely, you know, the arm talent comparable between Spencer Rattler and Casey Thompson, I mean, it's not at all.
Right.
Like Spencer Rattler has absolute cannon, but that throw could be going to anybody for any reason whatsoever. I think that, you know, from a between the ears standpoint, Casey Thompson can provide a lot more, as you kind of said, steadiness, the ability to kind of get you in and out of right decisions while still offering that big play potential, because we saw it. I mean, the bigger kind of question now is what does that offense look like with Nebraska's current pass catchers? Because it's pretty bleak. I mean, I wrote about it for Husker 24/7 this morning. No Trey Palmer. Okay, you've had to replace Samari Toure, now Trey Palmer, but you also don't have that steady tight end anymore. And Marcus Washington is quickly your best wide receiver on this roster. And Mickey Joseph's status is in question.
Yeah.
Everything about the pass catchers is really interesting over these next couple weeks to me.
So that seamlessly leads us into the next question. Do you think we'll hear anything about Mickey's status today when Rhule speaks? Like, is this a conversation, do you think, that's been had yet already, or is still sort of yet to come between Rhule and Mickey Joseph?
Well, I'll say this: there's 0% chance he's not getting asked about Mickey Joseph
for sure. Yeah.
So, you know he's going to be prepared with some sort of answer. I think the bigger thing is, what does Mickey want? Because he's got opportunities. You know, he can be a wide receivers coach at a number of places. Tulane could open as a head coaching job. He's obviously a New Orleans guy, and that's a really good job right now, as my guy Willie Fritz has done wonders for the Greenwoods. So, you know, it will be interesting what Mickey wants, and this is also the time of year where everything's a negotiation. So if Nebraska really wants Mickey Joseph and Matt Rhule really wants Mickey Joseph and they want this seamless transition, they're probably going to have to come forward with a pretty good offer financially. And I think Mickey knows that, and I think they know how to play the leverage on this a little bit too, because if nothing else, then he walks away, he's going to be employed. It's not like he's not going to have a job this year.
Who are some other names that you think we could be hearing for assistance over? I mean, we know who the Rhule guys are, but is it starting to take shape yet? Or I guess we're still, you know, too early to see what might happen with the staff?
Well, the really interesting one is Jeff Collins, the former
sure.
Georgia Tech head coach. And so, you know, Phil Snow has been the longtime defensive coordinator and worked with Matt Rhule, but could Jeff Collins step into that role and give you a guy with head coaching experience that's helped run a program, but is now just overseeing one area of the ball, one area of the program? And you know, you've done this before. They have that relationship he's certainly someone to kind of keep an eye on. And then I'm blanking on the names because there's just been a barrage of them. So maybe you can help me out here. Defensive line coach, Texas A&M,
Elijah Robinson,
former Matt Rhule guy.
Elijah Robinson.
You know, if we were talking about the best possible staff that could be put together, that guy's on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, but the thing is, can you get him if he's not the defensive coordinator? And are you comfortable making him the defensive coordinator? Because he's currently making a bunch of money to be the defensive line coach and a top recruiter at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
So those are kind of the people that I'm really interested in. You know, the Jake Peets is a name that I've kind of zeroed in on for a while. He was the LSU offensive coordinator. He coached briefly for Matt Rhule with Carolina. He coached the running backs. Now he's an assistant with the Rams. That's somebody else that could be an offensive assistant. But some of that kind of depends on what do they end up doing with Mickey, what do they end up doing with, you know, Brian Applewhite, what do they end up doing with Bill Bush? Because those are the three that seem most likely. If anybody's getting held over, it seems like it'd be one of those three. And then offensive line, I'm kind of
huge.
You know, that's going to be a big, big hire. I don't really have a great name for you there, so I'm certainly going to be interested to see what pops out there.
Is Nebraska back in Texas?
Like, recruiting. Well, they've recruited in Texas. I mean, they certainly have put emphasis in Texas here recently. Brian Applewhite's been making a ton of offers down there for the last year. You know, they pulled players out of Texas. This conversation, I mean, look, Scott Frost's first ever recruiting class featured several guys from Texas.
It did.
You remember Cameron Jones?
I do remember Cam Jones, yeah.
You remember Maurice Washington?
Yeah, he was okay.
There's a few other guys that they tried to pull or did pull out of the Houston, Dallas area. And, you know, and Mike Riley had some guys from Texas. Texas has never really completely gone away. It's, to me, kind of one of those sort of fake talking points that pops up in the recruiting time period. Like we all are supposed to act like everything that occurred good for Nebraska was because of a base in Texas and pretend like California didn't really matter. Whereas some of the best players in Nebraska's history
Schaefer
come from California. It all feels like narrative print.
I will say this.
This is going to be enough.
I pointed this out on our show on Saturday. Do you remember that came up during the Wisconsin game last year? Yeah. So like, and you know, this is after all the assistant coaches were let go, and you know, you're sort of figuring out where you're going next, and it pops up on that broadcast, and I can't help but think that came from Trev Alberts, you know, or somebody who at the Nebraska, you know, on the Nebraska side, it was like, this is one of the things we need to sort of pinpoint and think about. And you might be right. It's just all, you know, it's just all fodder or whatever. But it seems to me that Nebraska thinks it's important, and you know, that's notable.
I think it was a Scott Frost talking point. I think he was the one that they even said it on the broadcast, had referenced several times about his interest in bringing Nebraska football back into Texas and that kind of thing. So, no, I remember distinctly because this, you know, you and I have had some version of this conversation about a half dozen times in the last 2 years, be it on the Recruiting Hour or the other radio show or right now. And so it's certainly been something that's been talked about. But like all things, I mean, if you get a couple of recruiters that have connections in there, great. If those guys start to have some success, that can help build a pipeline. But it's a massive state. You're always probably going to pull a couple players out of it. You're also going to focus on, you know, the southeast part of the country too. Even if Matt Rhule doesn't necessarily have any direct ties, it's just because that's where there's a lot of really good football players.
What do you think happens? I mean, we'll obviously know more in 2 hours here, less than 2 hours. But you know, the immediate, you know, roster, whether it's changeover, people are going to enter the portal and they're going to get people from the portal. But I guess, you know, coming off of the season that they just had, and, you know, the way Mickey Joseph talked about it, they need more players, but they got the win against Iowa, and they were, you know, when you really unpack the season, even in this horrible season, Nebraska wasn't terribly far away from being in competition, at least for their own division. I guess, what do you think Matt Rhule will think when he looks at the roster and there are chances to sort of compete immediately?
I would think that he, depending on what you're able to keep and what you're able to add, would sort of look at it and then look at the schedule and the other teams that they play and think, well, at the very least, we're comparable. Because that's what Nebraska football was to me in 2022. It was comparable to almost every team on its schedule, save for Michigan, really.
Yep.
I mean, everybody else was sort of right in that range where they could win 8 games and they could win 4 games, depending on how the season went. And Nebraska was a team that ended up winning 4 games because they couldn't finish off enough of them. But talent-wise, the roster doesn't feel any worse than Iowa or Wisconsin or Minnesota or Illinois or Purdue. And those are the teams that you're competing against, really, at this point in time. I know that it's, not what people want to hear, but those are your contemporaries. Those are your peers. And Nebraska's roster is on level with that. Its coaching hasn't. And to me, that's where Matt Rhule can be the biggest difference, is if you provide the steady presence as a head coach during games, and they're able to get more out of this roster than the previous coaching staff, it hasn't been the lack of talent that's held them back. It really has. I mean, has it held them back from being a top 25 team? Sure, I can agree with that. Has it held them back from being able to beat Illinois or Northwestern or Minnesota? No, it has.
Like without knowing the exact details of the previous spots and what he inherited, like the minute details, I would imagine that this situation is a better one than when he got to Baylor and when he got to Temple. And those first teams when it went 2-10 and 1-11.
Yeah, the wild thing is, you could argue, and I would love to listen to this argument, you could argue that in some ways bottoming out that first year helped him because he was able to play guys like Charlie Brewer and James Lynch and Tristan Ebner and all these other guys real early in their career to get them experience that by the time they were sophomores and juniors in 2019, they were ready to go. And so he hit on such a high percentage of his guys in a transition year, the last year before, the early signing period changed the way that the signing period works for football. But they were able to hit on such a high percentage of those guys as just good players and then developed them that, the turnaround looks weird because of that such a bad start. But there was a lot of value of being able to play so many young guys in that first year that they go 7-6, and then all of a sudden they're a team full of veterans that have 2 years of starting experience going into that third year.
Yeah, it'll be intriguing to see how this thing is played right out of the gate. All right, Schaefer, look forward to your continuing coverage. Thanks for all of it so far, and we'll talk to you later.
I appreciate it. I always try to do my best for the boys up at 1620 The Zone.
Thanks, Schaefer. Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. You can do it you can do it for the pride in your own company, or you could do it for us. 1620 The Zone. No, Schaefer's been on top of the moves, and he will continue to be on top of the staff and the portal. Speaking of which, by the way, we have our first major entrant into the transfer portal, not Nebraska related. Don't panic. Cade McNamara, Michigan quarterback, into the portal. Obviously was in a battle with J.J. McCarthy this year at Michigan, lost said battle, and then was hurt. Has been hurt the majority of the year. So Cade McNamara, probably haven't heard the last from him. I imagine there's probably a Power 5 spot for him somewhere. We'll have to see what else appears in the transfer portal over the next week or so here. All right, we will come back with the odd news from Josh next on 1620 The Zone. We here at 1620 The Zone are proud to support Share Omaha's Giving Tuesday. That's tomorrow, November 29th, Tuesday. You can support your favorite nonprofits through Share Omaha and the newly launched Share Iowa Giving Tuesday. It's a partnership between Share Omaha and Share Iowa with support from Core Bank for giving, #Giving Tuesday 402, and TS Bank for #Giving Tuesday 712. If you want to donate before November 29th, you're running out of time, or if you want to find out ways to volunteer tomorrow on Giving Tuesday, visit Share Omaha or Share Iowa's websites for a list of nonprofits that need support this holiday season. It's the giving season. Giving Tuesday is a big part of it, and that's tomorrow. You can find it, details, on 1620thezone.com.
Rich Eisen here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. Week 12 concludes with Mike Tomlin's Pittsburgh Steelers traveling to Indianapolis to face Matt Ryan and the Colts. Both are coming off a disappointing loss last week.
which will bounce back with a win? Join me from the studio, along with Kevin Harlan and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner on the call to find out on Monday Night Football.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Listen to the Woodhouse Auto family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows. The Creighton men's basketball pregame and postgame shows on 1620 The Zone. The Woodhouse Auto family Blue Jay shoot-around and overtime shows are also presented by Burton AC Heating, Plumbing, and More, by Barry Law, by Union Bank and Trust, by DJ's Dugout, and by McGow Law. Before and after each Creighton game, exclusively on your home for the Creighton Blue Jays. 1620 The Zone, 1620 The Zone mobile app, and 1620thezone.com.
From basketball to volleyball, baseball to softball, soccer, tennis, and so much more, the Creighton sports season is packed with action. The 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law, covers it all. Each week, we visit with Blue Jay athletes and coaches to hear their stories and document their climb through the Big East Conference. The 1620 The Jays podcast drops each Friday morning and is found at 1620thezone.com and all major podcast platforms. Just search 1620 The Jays. Covering all things Creighton Blue Jays, it's the 1620 The Jays podcast, presented by Barry Law from 1620 The Zone.
Holiday shopping? Back by popular demand, stop by Cops at 72nd and Jones, Shadow Lake Town Center, or 180th and Center to grab a bite and buy a gift card. Cops gift cards are sure to please. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salad, and tasty charred wings with a variety of homemade sauces. They even offer keto crusts. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cops, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. 72nd and Jones, the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or click copspizza.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever, only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
Everybody knows my well-documented hatred of the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Well, guess what?
This is true.
It's dead.
R.I.P.
The Big Ten ACC Challenge is gone after this year, so we won't have to patiently wait. If you're a Nebraska basketball fan, you won't have to sit there and wait to see if you're going to get either Clemson or Boston College in your Big Ten ACC Challenge game, because the battle is no more. There's going to be more scheduling quirks and conferences that match up with each other. This is the week, by the way, of the Big East Big 12 battle.
Oh, classic.
That's why Creighton plays Texas on Thursday as a part of that. I mean, we have some actual interesting games in this.
Definitely.
Marquette and Baylor, Butler and K-State, Georgetown and Texas Tech, Providence, TCU, UConn, Oklahoma State, Creighton, Texas, Seton Hall, Kansas.
Okay.
Those are your Big 12, Big East battles.
I assume a lot of these Big Ten and ACC schools will just go, "Hey, we played each other like 4 years in a row in this thing. You just want to play each other in the non-con."
Yeah,
we're trying to scrape together some games. You want in?
Yep, that's pretty much it. It makes for too many. Like, the coaches sort of like to have a little bit of freedom when scheduling. So you're like, okay, we got a Big 12 battle, and we got a Big 10 ACC game, and we got a Gavitt game, and we got this rivalry game that we have to play every year. Like, it fills up pretty quick. Like, take this away and give me some more freedom here. All right, Josh, what do we have today?
The odd news, a lot happened over the weekend, and we'll try and fill some holes here.
Okay.
Did you see the women's basketball tournament in Las Vegas over the weekend?
The one in the hotel ballroom?
The one in the hotel ballroom with no place for spectators to sit. Yes,
I
yes,
did.
that is the one. The photo's been making the rounds on Twitter. A college basketball court set off to the side of what appears to be a hotel ballroom in Vegas, and that's exactly what it was. Indiana played an actual, real-life college basketball game that counts at the event center of the Mirage Resort and Casino.
Indiana,
in Las
by the
Vegas,
way, like
Nevada.
a top 10 women's team.
Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
too too low-level teams. They just needed a gym, and so they kind of made one. No, this was a game of some significance. This is one of the many event spaces offered by the fine folks at the Mirage, an MGM resort, a 4-star casino hotel located on the Strip. The resort boasts an outdoor pool, saltwater aquarium, a dolphin habitat, and the number 6 Indiana Hoosiers. The hotel's official website refers to this space as the Mirage Event Center, with 90,000 square feet of pillarless space that can accommodate the most complex shows and events.
Just a big room.
Just a big empty room.
Just a
It's
big room.
also worth noting that every image you can find of this building appears to be of a Beatles-themed event. There were not a lot of images prior to this basketball game.
So a lot of the times when they have these tournaments, the teams will have, like, you talk to any like team manager who's ever set up a thing where your team's on the road and you have to find a space to like go through walkthrough. So they'll be paint taping the floor of a carpeted ballroom to make it seem like it is a basketball court, but this is all they have. This isn't this is the space that we are given. So we're going to go through walkthrough, and we might do it in bare feet, but damn it, we're going to have lines on the floor. So what they did was they decided to take it to the next level, and they just put the whole court down in there. It's really, I don't know, innovative. I would call it.
So when people on Twitter asked, "Hey, that's kind of a jerk move to put the women's game in a hotel ballroom," the Mirage released I guess you could call it a statement saying they missed the mark.
Oh, the Mirage says it was a bad idea to put them in the ballroom of the Mirage?
I believe whoever organized the tournament at the Mirage said, "Okay, we missed the mark."
Yeah, we screwed up.
All right.
Oh, man,
you got
that's
it.
funny.
No place for spectators to sit. There were no stands. You had to huddle up against the wall.
Yeah, I think you did miss the mark.
Yeah. I think that's a fair self-scout by you guys. Connor, you and I have often, during one of the breaks here, gotten the O'Reilly Auto Parts jingle stuck in our heads.
You bet.
We just, O'Reilly. You're a TikToker. Did you see the cast of that jingle reunited at a wedding this weekend in Missouri?
Oh, I saw. Yeah. I saw something about this. Yes, the people were very excited.
They were, and why would you not be? A newlywed Missouri couple has become a literal overnight sensation on TikTok after having the O'Reilly Auto Parts music sung by the original performing artists with voiceover about replacing car batteries and all, moments after tying the knot last Saturday during the reception in Springfield. Bride Patty Crump said, I don't know why everybody doesn't sing the O'Reilly jingle at their wedding.
I don't know why they don't either.
I could think of some reasons. But for Crump Lemons, I believe that would be her. Okay, that is her full last name. I missed it the first time I said her name. I apologize.
Crump Lemons?
Yeah, Crump Lemons, 51 years young. And her
Bad
husband,
name.
Nick Sibley, 69 years young.
Interesting.
69 years young.
Nice.
Thank you. The catchy tune heard across radios for years and years and years was more personal for them. Sibley, a musician by trade, composed the O'Reilly Auto Parts jingle in the 80s, and his wife is a video producer for the Auto Parts giant. They've gotten to know each other through their iconic work over the years. Our friends and family didn't really know what we did for our day jobs, so we're like, well, let's just show them, she said. Recruiting the musical talent was an easy task as they called in a favor and had the cast that sung the O'Reilly Auto Parts jingle perform it live at their wedding. The video was shared on TikTok.
It sure was.
And it's clearly gone a bit viral over the weekend.
Yeah. Good for them.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, just you got one thing that you did. I'd like to make a jingle one day.
That withstands the test of time.
You could have a jingle for this show.
Sure.
I had a jingle in my head yesterday.
Oh, yeah? Which one?
Peppa Jack's Grill.
Yes.
That's what I had in my head. I don't even know if they still use it on their commercial, but I still had it in my head.
They should. It's good.
Yeah.
And finally,
It's
on the
that
odd
easy.
news tonight, Connor, I want to talk about this hat again.
Oh, the big hat.
The big hat. Brian Robinson's big hat.
It's a big hat. It's funny.
Several. I thought it was a Photoshop when I saw it on Twitter after the game yesterday. I was like, oh, someone made his hat really big. That's funny. That's like, oh, hey, for every like, we'll make this hat 1/8 bigger.
That's funny.
I thought it was one of those. It was not. It was a very large hat worn by Brian Robinson after the Commanders' thrilling victory over the Falcons.
It's the quote more than anything that gets me. In the original tweet where I saw it, the exact tweet said this, and it's just a picture of Brian Robinson standing there in a huge oversized hat. And it says, Brian Robinson said his friend has a, quote, big hat company. Quote, if you want a big hat, let me know.
It was so lacking detail that
I know, it was so amazing.
I cannot.
Here's Brian Robinson in a big hat. If you want a big hat, just talk to Brian Robinson. End of tweet.
Just find me, get at me. I'll tell you.
No reason whatsoever.
I won't tell you the company's name to Google or no free plugs here.
Big hat.
After Robinson put down a 105-yard game on 18 carries, he wore a hat that was hilariously too large for his head. The reason, to do promotion for his friend's big hat company.
Yeah, but what is the company called? Like Big Hats? Or do we still not know what the company is?
I don't know.
Somebody had to have done the research on this.
I'm sure it's out there. Duke's Mayo Bowl tweeted, we are officially banning hats of this size for our famous Mayo dump. Let's see. Where can I buy the big hat? Okay, there it is.
Well, the big hat backstory.
Let's let this pull up here.
After a whirlwind of interviews, Robinson was back at his locker wearing his big hat backwards. He said he was trying to help promote his friend's big hat business. Ron Dyer, whose daughter became friends with Robinson in Alabama, bought the hat from Noggin Boss.
There it is.
Which appeared on entrepreneurial TV show Shark Tank. Dyer and his son Caleb made a custom Commander's design and gave it to Robinson. Noggin Boss.
This website is hilarious because these people are wearing this hat as if it is not a comically large hat.
So they have to be. Do they have like a Twitter? Oh, yeah, they got a Twitter.
They have worked.
They got to be blowing up today.
They have a Dallas Mavericks hat, an Arizona Cardinals hat, GCU. What is that? Grand Canyon University?
I guess so. They have a Grand Canyon hat.
Camping World.
How it works? Choose your noggin, personalize with a patch or a go full custom.
Hilarious. It is $75 for a blank black hat.
It's just a big hat.
Yep.
Okay, I'd like to customize. Can I get a 1620 The Zone big hat?
Oh.
And would
$50 extra to go full custom.
Would our boss pay for it?
Absolutely
or
not.
split it with
they
me?
might buy one. They might buy
Absolutely.
one hat.
One big hat. We can all share the big hat. Well, how it stays on his head.
I mean, it's got to be a tiny hole that you put atop your head.
I assume so. I just think it's the funniest. It just hit me right in that perfect spot. I don't know what it is. It's so funny.
It's just one of those things that's so dumb.
Just like Turd Ferguson did when he said it's a big hat. It's funny.
Oh, hold on. We got to play the breaking news sounder here.
Oh.
I have no idea what this audio is that I'm about to play.
Oh, careful.
But here's new Nebraska head football coach Matt Rhule on the field.
Whoa!
At Memorial
Where is
Stadium.
this coming from?
This is coming from at Husker FB Nation. It is a PSA from the head coach. Let's take a listen. GBR.
What's up, Husker Nation? This is Matt Rhule, my family and I. This is Leona. We're so excited to get started. Go Big Red.
Oh, it's very,
my God!
Very windy.
His family?
His family on the field with him. This is happening.
All right, he wore he's got the N lapel. He's got a red tie. You think he had to buy the red tie? Do you think Trev brought him a red tie? But he was wearing the red tie when he got off the plane.
I'll bet this is what happened.
You think this is like a Christmas tie that he just had?
Trev, hey, congratulations. Here's a gift from me to you on our new working relationship. It is a red tie.
Not a red hat. What if he had a big red hat?
Big red hat? Yeah, absolutely. Win the press conference with that thing today. Called Brian Robinson last night.
With a red hat.
Had him put a rush on it.
Yeah, I got a big hat. You can check it out. My friend's got a big hat company. We look forward to the Matt Rhule press conference at 1:30. You can hear it right here on 1620 The Zone. We'll come back with more. Mike Sautter will join us in just a little bit as well. We'll talk the recap of the high school football season with him, which, if you remember correctly, was pretty good at the end. He also was the GM of the River Battle Bowl this weekend. And your thoughts on Matt Rhule and plenty more as we return on the Connor Happer Show on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
There isn't a better time to save than right now at all 42 Degrees locations during our annual Black Friday sale with savings of up to 50%. The most knowledgeable and friendly staff. What are you waiting for? Save on Kratom, CBD, pipes, vaporizers, candles, Delta, and a whole lot more. Are you looking for certified premium e-juice or a premium disposable? Then come to the source, 42 Degrees, and save up to 50% during our annual Black Friday sale. 42 Degrees, buy your mom's house.
Nicotine is an addictive chemical. Hey, it's Ashley from Saul's. This holiday, Saul's is the place to stretch your budget and give amazing designer gifts for up to half off retail. We're also buying your luxury brand items to help you freshen up your style this holiday season. Designer gifts for less at Saul's.
Creighton coverage on the Zone is presented by Barry Law. At Barry Law, we fight alongside those who choose to fight back. Call Barry Law at 402-999-7777 or visit BarryLawFirm.com. At Barry Law, we're in it to win it.
Qatar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has one goal.
Talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This view was worth a hike.
Right? And it's a good way to stay on top of my health.
Yes, I'm Cologuard, a prescription colon cancer screening option for people 45 plus at average risk. Have you screened for colon cancer?
Not yet.
Don't wait. It's more treatable when caught in early stages.
Tell me more.
Cologuard is non-invasive and it's used at home. It detects altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers.
92%?
Yep, even those in early stages.
This was seen in a clinical study with patients 50 and older. Any positive result should be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive and negative results may occur. Cologuard is not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use if you have had adenomas, have inflammatory bowel disease and certain hereditary syndromes, or a personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insured patients pay $0. Ask your provider or an online prescriber if Cologuard is right for you, or visit Cologuard.com.
I'm in.
French food, and not just small portions and high prices. Les Voltaire is anything but. Come visit Omaha's own little corner of France for mouth-watering appetizers and entrees, plus melt-in-your-mouth desserts. Dinner with friends, special occasions, entertaining clients, or just chilling with French wines and craft cocktails with your favorite someone. Les Voltaire will make you feel right at home, just like they've been doing for more than 2 decades. Les Voltaire just off 156th and West Dodge Road in the Pepperwood Village, and at lesvoltaireomaha.com.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want?
I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever. Only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
Got an email in the Equitable Bank inbox from Zach. A picture of what could be Matt Rhule's new big hat. I tweeted it out at Connor Happer. It's a big hat. It's a big cowboy hat. It's red. It says "Go Big Red" on it. I think Matt Rhule should show up to the press conference wearing the big hat. Just my personal opinion, because big hats are in right now.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a trend that takes the nation by storm.
I think so too, for sure. I think so too. By the way, Matt Rhule press conference coming up at 1:30. Trev Alberts will speak. Matt Rhule will speak as well. It will be 8 years, $72 million for Matt Rhule. It's a lot of money. It's $9 million a year. And that will be the price tag on Nebraska's new head coach. One thing we may find out today as details continue to emerge, what will the assistant coach salary pool be like? How will Nebraska shape this football staff? And was that the sticking point when Matt Rhule was initially negotiating with Nebraska and then was reportedly away from said table for a little while? How will that be handled today? You know, how does that work out? I mean, knowing Trev, I think he's going to attempt to be as transparent as they possibly, can here about the process. So I imagine that we'll probably get that story right off the bat and how sort of the negotiations went and the many twists and turns of the 75 days that Nebraska had to go through. And then once we sort of put a bow on that, we wrap that gift and put it under the tree and we let it be its own thing. Then we get to move on to, okay, Matt Rhule, how are you going to shape out this staff? Are there any big fish on the hook? When does the Mickey Joseph question come up? Is it question 1 to Matt Rhule or is it question 2 to Matt Rhule? Have you talked with Mickey and what's his situation right now? And will there be any clarity on it today? At least from a standpoint of who wants who, Will Matt Rhule say, "Oh, we want Mickey here"? He's just sort of looking at his options. That would be the best case scenario, short of, "Oh yeah, Mickey's staying. He's our wide receiver coach or offensive coordinator or associate head coach." But then what kind of, all the staffs sort of have a hierarchy, right? it goes by who's getting paid the most, and then it goes by titles as well. But if Mickey Joseph is your quote unquote lead assistant, and he's making the most money out of any of the assistants or whatever that might be, what does that mean for potential new hires like a guy that Schaefer brought up earlier? We'll use two of them actually. Jeff Collins. Is Jeff Collins going to come on staff here at Nebraska and be the defensive coordinator and not be the quote unquote top assistant for a guy that just got done at Georgia Tech having, Power 5 head coaching experience? How about a guy like Elijah Robinson at Texas A&M? He's their defensive line coach, lead recruiter, one of the top recruiters in the country at a premier position, especially in this league. What does that mean if you're keeping Mickey Joseph and you're looking to bring on a guy like him, or you're looking to bring on a guy like Jeff Collins, and that's a star-studded staff? So how does it work out from the financial standpoint, from the money standpoint, to potentially get all of those guys in the boat? Can you physically do it? Can you actually bring all of those guys in at the same time with the money that you're allotted in the positions that you have on the staff? That's TBD.
South Carolina guy was making what, $900,000 a year?
Right. We already know that there's going to be big money for Scott Satterfield or Marcus Satterfield.
You'd think you'd have
I'm going to get that one wrong.
You'd have to match that or go to a mill, right?
Right. Nebraska will probably have $1 million coordinator next year. Will they have another $1 million assistant in Mickey Joseph? And that's already, a good chunk of what your previous assistant coach pool has been, which I believe Nebraska's been in the $5 million range for the last couple of years. There are schools who, really throw all of it in. Ohio State is in, I think, the $8 or $9 million range. So there are schools that can do it. Will Nebraska, using Matt Rhule's contract and his pay as an example, say, okay, here's $9 million for you, and then here's $7, $8, or $9 million more dollars for all of your assistants as well? That would be a big statement. So that's one of the things to sort of watch out for when you start to sort of put together the staff. And the other thing I want to talk about briefly is another thing that we mentioned with Schaefer. Mike Sautter is going to join us in a couple. So let me actually lay out how this is going to go for the next hour or so. We're open for you guys. We'll talk to Sautter here in just a second. We'll get Josh's top 5. We got to mention our winners of the weekend as well. There will be time for you guys to get in on the show. You can call or text at 402-951-1620. You can tweet at Happer Show, at Connor Happer, the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. But we want you guys to be a part of this and give your thoughts before and then after the Matt Rhule press conference as well. Matt Rhule and Trev Albert will start it off by talking at 1:30, and then Matt Rhule will follow up and he'll have his introductory press conference as well, where it won't take long for him to be asked about Mickey Joseph and all the other hot topics that we've talked about so far on the show today. And you'll be able to hear all of that here on 1620 The Zone, where we're here for you guys. So, we want you guys to have an opportunity to get in on the show and give your thoughts, whether it's before or after the first impression is made. But another thing, just briefly, that Schaefer mentioned, and we talked about a little bit there. So, Matt Rhule's first years, Temple, Baylor. Temple, he goes 2-10. Baylor, he goes 1-11. He's 47-43, by the way, overall as a head coach. He led Baylor to an 11-win season. He led Temple to a 10-win season, which is pretty dang good, by the way. But those first years haven't been pretty. What will Matt Rhule find when he really digs into the roster and he gets maybe some opinions and some thoughts from people who were previously on staff, like a Bush, like an Applewhite, like a Joseph, or anybody else, or Trev Alberts? And who will he trust in those opinions as far as how the roster works? And Matt Rhule taking over a program that now has the transfer portal at its disposal. What do you decide to do at the quarterback position, where you could easily go in and find a transfer portal quarterback? Or do you want to start fresh? Or do you want a bridge quarterback in Casey Thompson, who stays on for another year and is taking snaps as a 25-year-old in the Big Ten next year? I just, I don't know what, we'll see where the roster lands. But I got to tell you, Nebraska's winning more than 2 games next year. Like, you know what I mean? And I think when Matt Rhule takes over as a head coach, you think, yeah, well, it's going to be good, but it's just going to take some time. Are they really going to bottom out even further next year? I have to think that this situation that Matt Rhule walks into, compared to the Baylor one specifically, and compared to the Temple one, Nebraska's got to be in a better place now than they were, or than each of those 2 programs were when Matt Rhule took over. It doesn't strike me as all right, you're going to have to bottom out even further. You look at the gap between Nebraska and Iowa, Nebraska and Wisconsin, Nebraska and Purdue, Nebraska and Minnesota, all of which they either beat or they played close this year. And you look around the Big Ten West, and you got to think, okay, yeah, we gotta see it for the long view. We got to understand what we want this program to be in 3 years, but that doesn't mean there's not an opportunity to win some games right out of the gate here. And how many, that will be something that will become clear when the staff is assembled and when the roster is assembled. It's just sort of too early to see what Nebraska football is going to be next year. But, I don't want people's expectations to be, well, here's what they did at Baylor. They went 1-11, so it's probably going to be, probably something like 1-11 or 2-10 next year. I think you could go bowling right away at Nebraska, and then see where the sort of ceiling is from there. Maybe that's too high of an expectation right out of the gate, but I got to think Matt Rhule is going to look at this situation and find that it's a little bit better than the situations he inherited, especially the one at Baylor. Now, on the flip side of that, as Schaefer mentioned, maybe it's not the worst thing in the world to have young guys playing and making mistakes in the first year and then sort of, letting them grow and letting them develop on the field. Sure, it's not. And that can accelerate your development as those guys are playing. But with that being said, the roster talent, you see it. And while it's not in a great position for Nebraska, it's something that you can work with. And Nebraska has Nebraska has pieces on this roster that Matt Rhule is going to come in and say, oh, yeah, we could work with this. We could work with Ernest Hausman.
There's good bones here.
We could work with Malcolm Hartzog, both young guys, just using those guys as an example. And maybe Casey Thompson will want to come back and play more college football. And maybe Garrett Nelson will want to come back and play more college football. And you get Nuri Newili back on the offensive line next year. He put out a tweet already this morning. He says, I'm back. Right? And you have a couple high 4 stars on the offensive line who just haven't been developed at a high enough rate. And you haven't maximized. There's some good stuff there. Well, that's about what, sorting through the roster is all about over the next couple of weeks here. All right. Matt Rhule coming up in 1 hour. Stay tuned for that. We'll have it for you here on 1620 The Zone on another big day for Nebraska athletics. We'll come back with Mike Sautter next on 1620 The Zone. But first, you can win the ultimate payday with $15,000. Enter for your chance to win the $15K payday on our website, 1620thezone.com.
Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. Previously on The Crossover.
The town of Wood River will never be able to forget that picture of him sitting there with his Wood River jersey on.
Yes.
You got to change the name of the town, or you got to Photoshop the picture.
Or what if you know how it says home of Scott Frost? What if they did home of the worst Nebraska coach ever?
And then put a Scofro sticker on it. Or I did that.
Mornings on 1620 The Zone. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mild and breezy Monday after a chilly start. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. South-southwest wind gusting around 25 miles per hour with highs in the mid-50s. Wintry mix and snow on the way for Tuesday. Expecting around 1 inch of accumulation in the metro by the evening. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
The Zone Hotline is powered by Los Hills Harley-Davidson, your home in the hills.
Rich Eisen here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. An AFC matchup coming at you from Indianapolis when Matt Ryan and the Colts play host to Kenny Pickett and the Steelers. Kevin Harlan and Hall of Fame quarterback Kurt Warner will bring you all the action on air and on the free live stream sponsored by AutoZone. Join us for the Steelers at the Colts on Monday Night Football.
Right here on 1620, The Zone.
O'Reilly. Don't miss See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on wiper blades, headlight bulbs, and more. Right now, get up to a $20 gift card after a mail-in rebate with the purchase of select Sylvania bulbs. Plus, get double O Rewards points with your purchase. Prepare for the weather ahead during See Better, Drive Safer month at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays are here. This holiday season, we encourage you to come support our local stores in Omaha. And Westwood Plaza has everything you need to find that perfect gift. Do you have a sewer in your life? Then So Creative has the perfect holiday gift. So Creative offers a wide range of sewing machines, embroidery machines, fabric, and everything needed to get the next project started. They offer classes for all skill levels, from an absolute beginner to an advanced sewist. Come and get your holiday gifts taken care of at So Creative on 125th and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Do you have someone in your life that could use some pampering for the holidays? Then head to Love is in the Hair, 125th and Center inside Westwood Plaza. Love is in the Hair is committed to providing the best experience to every client that walks through the door and helping every individual feel their absolute best. Over 25 years of experience in hair for the entire family, whether it's highlight, color, cuts, or waxing. Everything you need to shop locally for the holidays is at Westwood Plaza in Omaha.
Email unsportsmanlike conduct on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with whatever is on your mind, from your hot takes to what you think is one. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Cyber Monday is here, and the Zone has your 60% off Cyber Monday deals. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. today only for 60% off deals from Early Bird, Cops, Lula Bees, Le Voltaire, Omaha Children's Museum, and the Woodcliff Restaurant. Cyber Monday only. Some of your favorites are 60% off. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. today only for these 60% off the Zone Cyber Monday deals.
All right, welcome back. Connor Happer, Josh Hodson with you on a big Monday here. So we'll hear from Nebraska's new head coach, Matt Rhule, in just under an hour. You can hear that here on 1620 The Zone. We're joined now on the Les Hills Harley-Davidson hotline by Mike Sautter. More important in a lot of ways. Hello, Sautter.
Nebraska hired a football coach?
They did. You didn't hear?
Yeah, I must have missed that.
You were busy on the other side of the state at the River Battle Bowl.
I don't want to talk about it.
You lost.
We don't. Can it? If the
you lost to Iowa, Sautter, and Nebraska actually beat Iowa on the football field, and your team lost.
Let me say something real quick. If the ball carrier / quarterback in this case gets up off of the ground, and his rear end is laying on the goal line with the football in his hand, the odds of that being a touchdown are
usually pretty good.
Usually pretty high, right? Like, I don't know, maybe 99.9%. Yeah. So I'm just saying,
Look, all people saw was the final score, and they realized that the state of Nebraska went 1-1 against Iowa over the last 4 days.
And you know what, though? Like, as far as the River Battle Bowl is concerned, one out of 4 for Team Iowa ain't bad, I guess.
Yeah.
You can just have one.
Yeah, you let them get their one. It's good.
Yeah.
I know that you're. I think it's likely that you're joking that you had heard that Nebraska had hired their new head coach.
Yeah.
Have you talked to any local products as far as their involvement with that situation? Or is it still too early on Matt Rhule sort of reaching? I know Jalen Lloyd got the offer yesterday. I guess, is there anything else that's notable that you've heard?
No, not really. I think everyone's pretty much just, it could have been, outside of me and you coaching the staff, I think they probably would have all been, still pretty locked in.
Yeah.
So yeah, the one kind of in-state guy, and it's not even in this class, to sort of keep an eye on, I guess, is, well, I guess it is this class, sorry, is Ben Bramer. Which feels like he's just been, 100% locked forever, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's Iowa State is making a very strong push and a very good push for him to try and get him to flip. I mean, Iowa State was at 2 practices in the last month of their season, including playoff practices. And Nebraska did not. Also, I don't know if Nebraska's really, I think everyone just kind of figured he was locked in.
Yeah.
But obviously with the new staff, I think things change a little bit. So I would be a little surprised if he flipped, but there is some real legs to that, I'll say.
How tied to it, whether it's this class or the next, and it's a little crazier, I think, for this one, with the exception of Bramer there, to make a flip or a late change, considering how late it is in the process. But things happen and coaches move around. How tied are the in-state guys over the next 2 classes to Mickey Joseph in particular?
Well, the one, I think Malachi Coleman was the one that I think you probably were like, he's very tied to Mickey. But, I think he's pretty secure in his commitment, it feels like.
I feel the same way too. I feel like he's Nebraska either way, but that's just my vibe on it.
I mean, I saw his tweet, obviously, of, let's get to work or whatever that was when they announced Rhule was going to be the coach. So I think he's pretty locked in. I don't think anyone else really, I think it's pretty safe to say. No, it's really hard to flip a person, this late, especially just with the Nebraska part. Maverick Noonan, I think he's probably fine. Gunnar Gutu, I'm just going in my head. Gunnar Gutu, I think it's fine. Brock Knudsen, I think is more than fine that he'll go to Nebraska. Who else am I missing? I think that's about it for in-state guys.
Yeah.
So. And there was, just as far as in-state recruits are concerned, there was some, talk/buzz about Zane Flores and,
It's obviously the next question I was going to ask you. Yes.
Yeah, it not happening. 0 chance. So, not happening. Like, he is. I had him on a podcast kind of thing that I do over a month ago, and I kind of posed the question to him, and he said, "No, I'm 100% locked into Oklahoma State. That's where I want to be and go and all this." It's not. Yeah, that's a no.
We've talked about this before with him. It just, It just feels like he's the type of kid to once he's like publicly given his commitment to something, it's just that's it. That's about as signed, sealed, and even though he's not signed yet and he can't yet. It just with that kid, that just feels like regardless of who else comes in and situations I guess could change from the Oklahoma State standpoint. Unlikely at this point, but that would be it, right? It would be a minor miracle.
Yeah. I don't see it. I think that one's pretty much for sure over. So he's been Oklahoma State all along, and good for him and all of that. So
where do you think the recruitment goes for Mr. Alvano from Westside?
Ooh, well, he's just at Iowa on Friday. So he wasn't there as a Husker fan. He was there as a guest of Iowa. So I don't know. That's a great question. I know, even Alabama has remained in contact with them and whatnot. So
amazing.
I don't know. If you're a high school kid and you're from Nebraska and Alabama, offers you some, money to play and not walk on,
it's gonna stop and make you think at least.
You're probably gonna do that. I think I would probably do that I mean, that's just me. So I don't know. That one will be very interesting. And will he do something before the early signing day, which is next week?
Right.
Is kind of the question, right? So where does he decide? I think obviously if you're Matt Rhule and his staff, and a lot of it also depends on who does Rhule keep, as far as the recruiting, staff is concerned. Obviously they're going to keep guys, for now, right? But who does he keep to keep those connections, or if he just cleans the house fully, who did you bring in that is has any sort of local tie?
That's
right?
what I was how do you? Yeah, exactly. Because
I think
you don't want to start relationship, especially at this crucial moment for the 23 and then the 24 class. It's just hard to start the relationship all the way over, especially with that big group of 24s that we know, is really, really important. You want to have you want to start from non-zero there with those guys.
Yeah, or who is it? Or if it, if you do, but who's the person going to be, right? That has some sort of knowledge of, relationship with all of those kids. I don't know. So I can think of a couple, but I don't know if that would be a realistic thing. So yeah.
A lot to figure out on that standpoint. That's for sure. Well, we talked, I guess, before last Monday, right? Yeah, I suppose it was on the day of the state championship game. Right? We talked before the game on Monday night.
Oh yeah.
But we haven't actually talked about the game yet.
Oh yeah.
So that was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was awesome. It was the total opposite of what anyone thought. The exact opposite of what anyone thought was going to happen. I did talk to a few coaches and whatnot that thought it'd be maybe 24-17, or maybe someone gets to 28. The one thing was, the overarching theme was if Gretna if someone gets to 30 points, it would have most likely been Gretna. And oh boy, if they do, Westside's in trouble, right? Well, it was the exact opposite of that. So it was really cool. It was awesome. I thought the game was played at an extremely high level.
It just looked like we had the great coverage, of course, from NET or Nebraska Public Media. Sorry, and you get to sit there and watch it. I felt like I was watching a primetime football game. Honestly, it was that good.
Yeah, a kid just going back and forth, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's scoring, and even the floor's throw to set him up for their last touchdown, he's basically like falling down and then on a like 55-yard dime in the air just connects as he's getting crushed. So like, you know, if people still question his ability, just go watch that play. But there's those little things. And then, like I said, I think I said on Monday to you was, is it going to be the crowning of Zane, or is it going to be the, much larger coming out party / passing of the torch to Anthony Rizak? Well, I think it was kind of both.
Yeah.
So
with a special guest appearance from Caleb Benning as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, Monday, I'm pretty sure we talked about this, like equalizer for them for sure coming back. I said it kind of all week last week. If he's playing, he can be the, kryptonite, I guess, right? And he was. So he's really good, and said it for a long time. And he's the exact opposite. I'm talking Caleb here. He's the exact opposite of underwear Olympics guy, right?
Correct.
Like,
yep.
He's probably not
football
gonna
player.
He's not going to run a 4.3 40 or whatever. But like, doesn't matter. Put the film on, and he makes plays. He's a great kick returner, punt returner. Obviously a very sure and willing tackler at safety, but he has ridiculous hands and can catch. I mean, he had 14 catches for 100 yards or whatever. He averaged like 4 yards a catch, but they were huge catches and like 3rd and 3s and stuff. So Caleb is a great football player. And he has a tremendous football IQ. And that is why he won. Well, one of the interceptions he had, he baited Zane and got it. So I think I do. I've said it for a while. I think Caleb's an awesome football player, and frankly, might have been the best player on the field on Monday night.
Yep,
so,
on a field with a lot of talent. That's for sure. Sautter, appreciate it, man. We'll let you go, and we'll talk to you soon.
Go Mike White.
Go Mike White, he says. He is all the way moved on. There he goes, Mike Sautter from NEBpreps.com, the GM of the River Battle Bowl, one of the GMs. But we don't talk about that, of course.
He's expected to land a job with a number of NFL teams this offseason. They're recruiting him.
Have we seen the pictures and the videos coming out of Memorial Stadium?
Yes. So they're set up.
You don't
the
think
cameras
people
are rolling?
You don't think people are excited? It's interesting because we could talk about this in the 1 o'clock hour, but like there's this bubble that we're in, right? And the people that we talk to and we hear from every day here on 1620 The Zone, or they're diehard fans, right? We're paying attention to and thinking about Husker football all the time. That's why you listen to us. But like if you were to ask me to give a temperature on them, our listeners and people that we talk to in our bubble, is like, yeah, I think Matt Rhule's pretty good. I think he'll, probably work out, but might need some convincing. But, why not? Let's try again. That would not reflect the vibe of Memorial Stadium right now.
They are outside. It is very celebratory.
Yeah. So we'll have more on that in the 1 o'clock hour. We're under an hour away from Matt Rhule's introductory press conference. We'll come back with Josh's top 5 winners of the weekend next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show. Follow us on Twitter @Happer Show for all the latest news and views. We may even say something interesting once in a while.
Unlikely.
Really, guys?
Rich Eisen here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. Week 12 concludes with Mike Tomlin's Pittsburgh Steelers traveling to Indianapolis to face Matt Ryan and the Colts. Both are coming off a disappointing loss last week, which will bounce back with a win. Join me from the studio, along with Kevin Harlan and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner on the call to find out on Monday Night Football.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
If you're like most Americans, you can see things are out of control. Global problems have local consequences. Too many of them. And if the next news headline spins us into chaos, you'd better be ready. Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Today's the day to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. As we all know, calories equals energy equals survival. And as you'd expect from a true preparedness company, our food kits are in stock and ship quickly. Those who know what's coming are preparing today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
This is Darcy with Dingman's Collision Center. We have run our business for years by helping the vehicle owner retain the value of their vehicle by working for them with warranted, safe, high-standard repairs. For this reason, Omaha vehicle owners have chosen Dingman's to repair their vehicles. Your loyalty has been shown through repeat business and amazing referrals. You've also voted us first place Best of Omaha for the past 17 years. We want to say thank you for choosing the Dingman family and our incredible technicians to repair your vehicles. At Dingman's, we'd rather be the best than apologize for anything less.
If you're like most Americans, you can see things are out of control. Global problems have local consequences, too many of them. And if the next news headline spins us into chaos, you'd better be ready. Grocery store supply chains are only as strong as their weakest link. Don't wait for them to break. Today's the day to secure emergency food for everyone in your family. My Patriot Supply is America's largest preparedness company. Our specially packaged and delicious food stays fresh for up to 25 years in storage. It'll be there when you need it. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and pick up several emergency food kits. There are a dozen different sizes that average over 2,000 calories per day. As we all know, calories equals energy equals survival. And as you'd expect from a true preparedness company, our food kits are in stock and ship quickly. Those who know what's coming are preparing today. Go to mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
At Simply Safe Home Security, your safety is the only thing that matters. So this holiday season, we're giving you 40% off any new system because feeling secure in your home is a gift that everyone deserves. Named Best Home Security of 2022 by U.S. News & World Report, Simply Safe protects your whole home with advanced technology, powered by 24/7 professional monitoring. Visit simplysafe.com/holiday to save 40% today. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
There's no gift like Ancestry to bring you closer to family. So this holiday, give your loved ones a chance to find a photo of great grandma as a little girl, or see grandpa's draft card signature up close, or even discover that your family came from somewhere unexpected. And with new features and helpful tools, it's easier than ever to share these moments with the people who matter most. Save on a gift from Ancestry.com during our holiday sale and bring the generations together.
Santa Claus is coming to town, and he's bringing his friends. Starting Black Friday through December 23rd, see the Santa's Magic live show only at Omaha Children's Museum, featuring beloved characters including the Snow Queen, Santa's elves, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and of course the big man himself, Santa. After each performance, children can share their wish lists with Santa and have their picture taken. You won't want to miss it. Visit omc.org for more information.
All right, a lot going on in Lincoln. People being handed T-shirts that just say "Rule" on them. Nebraska football 2023. But Josh, the U is the horseshoe that everybody hits before they walk out of the locker room. So there's the creativity there. But we're going to spend some time on this right before the press conference as well. There needs to be some attention diverted a little bit today to Deion Sanders.
So over the weekend, I thought, Colorado wants everyone to know that they have offered Deion Sanders a job, but there is no chance that Deion Sanders will take it. Okay, I see what's going on here. That does not seem to be the case today. This could happen.
I have a follow-up for Deion who confirms that the report that he was offered the job is true. Yes, it's true. I was offered the Colorado job.
It does not sound like he has been offered Auburn or Georgia Tech like we thought.
The question to Dion then is, okay, are you going to accept? Are you going to be the coach at Colorado?
You going to do
I am
it?
so here for it. Matt Rhule, PJ Fleck, Thursday night, August 2023. 1 week later. Matt Rhule, Deion Sanders. Just a few weeks after that, late September, Matt Rhule gets a visit from Jim Harbaugh.
Oh.
College football playoff bound Michigan. A lot to like about the first month or so of Nebraska's season next year, if some things fall the right way. We'll talk a little bit about that coming up after this. Josh, you have a top 5 for us because there's going to be a lot of things that we don't get to on today's show, inevitably.
Yeah, and we're going to try and cover 5 of them here. The top 5 winners of the weekend.
Gosh, come on. Take forever.
Number 5.
I didn't have this. You're going to say, oh, what a homer. No, I didn't know the South Carolina news before I put South Carolina at number 5 on my list. A 31-30 win at number 7, Clemson. That comes a week after a drubbing of number 5, Tennessee. South Carolina snapped Clemson's 40-game home win streak. Cincinnati also lost at home this week. Now Alabama has the nation's longest home winning streak at 12, 13.
Yeah, it's not that long.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. We now don't have to worry about Clemson scoring 9 points and getting obliterated in the college football playoff.
Yeah, super excited about this.
Thank you, South Carolina. You did the Lord's work this weekend.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
It's really, really exciting.
And I guess thanks for the offensive coordinator. Probably, maybe not official, but
yeah, it's happening.
We're all talking about it.
Yeah, it's
Number
okay.
4.
Great job all the way around the other USC.
Mm-hmm. Number 4 is Creighton men's soccer.
Yes.
Let's show them some love. They won the Sweet 16 matchup against Tulsa 2-1 on Saturday. They now advance to the Elite 8 against Duke on Saturday, December 3rd. Perfect time to have a soccer tournament.
At least it's in North Carolina.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to run into that. I mean, that bad of cold. They played a match, their opening round match against Missouri State that week when it was 20 degrees the entire week. Oh, oof.
That's an advantage.
But they continue to battle through.
They're doing
Elite 8.
Number 1, Kentucky went down in that bracket as well. So
Is there going to be more Creighton talk on the top 5 here? Or is this it?
No, this is it.
Okay, we might as well then shout out the men's basketball team, who's number 7 in the country this week, and the women's basketball team, who I believe moved up again.
Yeah.
In their AP poll as well. Maybe they stayed put. Should have probably checked that before I started talking.
You didn't know? You didn't know who's going to be on the list? While you're looking that up, I'll shout out Creighton volleyball.
Yes.
Won the Big East championship against Marquette.
Get to host
over the weekend.
Creighton up to 13 in the women's AP poll. Yeah. Pretty good stuff going on right now.
Creighton Auburn Friday night at DJ Sokol, your opening round matchup for the Jays.
There you go.
So exciting times downtown.
A lot happening
for Creighton. Winners of the weekend, number 3.
3. Combination of 3 and 5.
Number 3.
Number 3 is Caleb Williams.
He won the Heisman.
He won the Heisman this weekend. That's a thing. That's a big thing. He went 18 of 22, 232 yards, a touchdown, 1 touchdown through the air, 3 on the ground, so 4 total, if my math is correct on that.
Caleb Williams on the FanDuel Sportsbook minus 3,000 for the Heisman.
Mm-hmm. Trojans 11-1 with a chance to avenge their lone loss in a conference championship game against Utah Friday night in Vegas, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think the Pac-12 title game is in Vegas. Yeah.
Remember, it's on Friday. That always trips me up. When I get home after work on Friday, I'm like, hey, why is there a football game on? Is this a rerun? Oh, no, this is live. This is happening right now. Oh, my goodness.
Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas.
Yeah. Caleb Williams won the Heisman, followed Lincoln Riley, and it really paid off for everyone involved there.
Yeah, it seems like it. Might go to the playoff.
Yeah, I think, me personally, I think if they win, they're in.
Here comes 2.
Number 2.
Number 2, the 12-0 University of Michigan Wolverines. the lock of the year was that Ohio State would not lose the game twice in a row.
Especially at home.
Yeah. But then the Wolverines punked the Buckeyes in the shoe, 28-3 in the second half. The week Nebraska played Michigan, we rattled off their second half dominance.
Yep.
That continued on Saturday. First win at the shoe since 2000. First win streak in that series since 99-2000. Big weekend for the Wolverines.
Yeah,
and they did it the exact opposite of their identity of, hey, we're going to bomb it deep a couple times and then we'll be winning and we will run the ball after that.
They get 5 number 1 votes in this week's AP poll.
That's interesting. I mean, Georgia hasn't really wowed you.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of, but they're playing on a different threshold, a different scale. We grade them differently.
Right. All right. That leads us to number 1, the biggest winner of the weekend. It was a long weekend. This could be anybody.
Make it so, number 1.
Number 1.
You can call me a homer. You can call me a sicko. I don't care. The University of Nebraska, number 1 winner of the weekend.
Well, why? Why?
They won the Heroes game.
Oh.
They got the biggest name coach on the market.
Probably second.
Play along here. They got the biggest named coach on the market.
Yeah.
Let's drink some Kool-Aid, baby. Let's have some fun.
Why not?
It's fun to win football games. It's fun to spoil things for your rival. It's not fun to let leads slip the way they did, but
yeah, it's sad how the coaching announcement just had to happen at the moment that it did.
It had to happen then.
There's no other way that you could do it, but I would have really liked to bathe in that Iowa sadness for a little more time. Didn't get the chance.
Iowa fans triggered. Like, oh, you're a bad football team. Yeah, bad football team just beat you.
Yeah. Look, scoreboard, buddy. Sorry. You played the same game with us. We talked about national championships over the last 8 years. Sorry. Scoreboard.
Pace yourselves. 365 days of this, Iowa fans.
How's it feel? And they get to walk that trophy out when they play the Heroes game on Black Friday of 2023, when Matt Rhule will lead his Nebraska Cornhuskers in, and they will have to win, and they're in to the Big Ten title game. What? By the way, Matt Rhule walking through the tunnel of people that are gathered on the east side of Memorial Stadium. A lot of people showed up.
Yeah.
And they had the band out there. They're handing out T-shirts. And the press conference setting looks pretty fun inside too. We'll be there in about a half hour, so stay tuned with us here on 1620 The Zone. Now's the perfect time to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get a no sweat first bet up to $1,000. Free bets back if your first bet doesn't win. So you don't have to take Caleb Williams minus 3,000 to win the Heisman, which is gonna happen at this point. Maybe take a risk on something. Why? Because it's no sweat. You get it back to $1,000 if your bet doesn't win. Just sign up with promo code Happer. Check out the FanDuel Sportsbook for that and a variety of different reasons. I love the live betting feature aspect, especially on a Saturday or a Sunday when the football's coming at you constantly all day long. You get your winnings paid out quickly, and the old same game parlay, never a bad thing on an NFL Sunday. Sign up today with promo code Happer for your no sweat first bet. Promo code Happer. Make every moment more this season with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. Refund issued is not withdrawable. Free bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Dingman's Collision Center, you voted them first place in Best in Omaha for the past 17 years. So they want to say thank you for choosing the Dingman family and their incredible technicians to repair your vehicles. At Dingman's, they'd rather be the best than apologize for anything less.
Thursday night, the Jays go on the road for a top 10 battle against Texas. Pre-game coverage begins at 5:30. Tip-off is at 6. The Creighton Blue Jays are on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your new home for Omaha Mavericks men's basketball all season long. You don't want to miss any of the exciting action in the Chris Crutchfield era. Join me, Gary Sharp, your voice of the Mavs, on News Talk 1290 Coil for this action-packed season with a new head coach and more. Go Mavs!
Bring in the holidays with Saul's. All jewelry in stock up to 50% off. All sterling jewelry up to 70% off. Watches starting at $19. Diamond earrings starting at $39. Bring in the holidays with up to 50% off jewelry at Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Holiday shopping? Backed by popular demand, stop by Cops at 72nd and Jones, Shadow Lake Town Center, or 180th and Center to grab a bite and buy a gift card. Cops gift cards are sure to please. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salad, and tasty charred wings with a variety of homemade sauces. They even offer keto crusts. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cops, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. 72nd and Jones, the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or click copspizza.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/radio. That's 4hims.com/radio for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/RADIO.
Shop Woodhouse Place Hyundai and Nissan, 144th and Giles. KOZN, Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs.
You know, one question at the introductory press conference that was always going to get asked, and maybe actually not have to be asked anymore, because Matt Rhule already addressed it in his appearance from the beach on College Game Day on Saturday. Have you talked to Dr. Tom? Have you talked to the coach? And Matt Rhule said, yeah. It was a dream come true. Talked to him. Grew up watching, revered Nebraska football. Maybe we'll get some details on said conversation today. But that was the Josh. That was the example in the wheel RIP that we always use of like awkwardness at opening press conference. What happens when said coach is going to get asked by the local media? Hey, have you talked to coach yet? Have you talked to Tom yet? Check. Box already checked for Matt Rhule, which is good. That and more of the common press conference questions will be asked today to new Nebraska head coach Matt Rhule. You'll be able to hear that at the bottom of the hour. I'm intrigued. I want to hear from Trev Alberts on the search and then Rhule and if he was a top candidate target. And how that question is sort of addressed and talked about by Trev. Because I don't know how it looks from the outside. If it really did come down to Matt Rhule and Luke Fickell, it looks like Matt Rhule was the preferred candidate, the preferred target. Maybe there was a moment where they thought they were going to have to go in a different direction, but Trev could not have known at the beginning when this search started, because Matt Rhule wasn't fired yet as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. Trev Alberts could not have known at the beginning that Matt Rhule was going to be quote unquote available. Maybe had an idea. And we all thought that, and the way it was sort of headed. in Carolina this year, and he was the first coach fired in the NFL. But was he the first guy all along? And how quickly did it become apparent that there was going to be some interest, and what is the sort of timeline of all this stuff sort of unraveling, and who were the people that were sort of involved? I imagine, and I've said this a few times today already, I imagine that Trev Alberts would be pretty transparent, like as transparent as he possibly can on the sort of details of this. That's that's one thing that I think Trev sort of prides himself on a little bit, and he talked about it with some transparency at the beginning. Hey, look, this is gonna be probably pretty tough, and we're gonna and the other thing is Trev can read the room pretty well. And I think he knows questions that the fan base or media, and therefore the media is going to have and will have, and has a way of getting out in front of those things. So I think you'll hear that from Trev today. Let's go back to the phones, 402-951-1620, the Les Hills Harley-Davidson hotline. Rick's on the line. Hey, Rick, what's going on?
Gents, thanks for taking my call. I think the biggest question, at least with my small mind, is how Matt Rhule will deal with NIL. I have a friend, he has to remain anonymous, and he played golf with the Michigan athletic director a couple of years ago. And the gentleman told him that NIL would be very detrimental to college football. I guess I'm not being very, very anonymous with whoever that guy could have been, but whoever the AD is at Michigan.
Word manual.
It'll take him a while to sue me down here. And being I don't have any money, I'll take me to small claims court. But anyway, I wish one of the people at the press conference would ask Matt Rhule, and I think it's probably one of the better hires other than Fickle. And it's too bad Mickey didn't get it, because Mickey did well. But it would be interesting if they would say, how do you plan to channel the waters with NIL? And you can just imagine they got the new facility down there, however they're going to make these guys work. I told Matt Verzel 5 years ago, Matt Millen said Nebraska is the hardest place to recruit to. It'll be a little easier now, being the money's out there to some extent. But does that mean they're going to work harder? But it'll be a very interesting thing if someone would ask him that and say, how are you going to tread through NIL? And John Bruning, I think, who was the former attorney general, is involved with the NIL with Nebraska. So appreciate the call. Appreciate the program. Thank you.
Thank you for the call, Rick. Appreciate it. So it's interesting. And I actually think that question and where Nebraska is going to be at on NIL, obviously the coach has a, he's got a say in it, and he'll be sort of a face of it, I suppose, but can't actually talk about that part of it, but directs you to the right people. The coach has some, quote unquote control over it, but more so you're wondering, and I think Trev has balanced the waters on this a little bit, or balanced things out a little bit. It's more in his hands and how he sort of wants to frame it, whether it's two recruits or how Nebraska appears as if they're dealing with it on a university-wide, sort of level. That's more of a big, for me anyway. I this is the way I think about it. Obviously, the coach has some, say in it, but I think it's a big picture, sort of university athletic department wide sort of question, and how they want to play it. Trev is, I think, tried to make it clear who he's kind of wanting to work with, and what their sort of messages are, whether it's whether Nebraska is using it as a recruiting tool, and the fact that they have so much support, or using it as a place where players can get paid big time money in it, and you can attract big time recruits, right? And I think Trev sees it as a little bit closer to, okay, this is a place where if you play Nebraska football, it's likely in the traditional sense you're going to be able to get NIL deals, rather than we're going to use it as this major, pool of money where we could pull some of the top players in the country, and we're going to be competitive in that regard. That's just it's a little closer to the first scale. than, the one that I just laid out. That's sort of how I think about it. But there's no doubt about it. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, there's a lot of things since Matt Rhule's last coach college football that are a little bit different. Transfer portal is here and here to stay. And NIL is here and here to stay. You go further into those waters. But, I think you'll hear Matt Rhule talk about today, and we'll hear from him in just a little bit, sort of the bones of the operation and how he is going to work with people rather than the apparatuses that those people sort of have control over. You know what I mean? I think that's what you'll hear from Rhule today. And how they work with the things that they, need to have work for this program in the future. Well, that'll become clear over time. All right, coming back, final segment before we get to Coach Rhule. A couple more things we need to clean up as we get you closer to 1:30 here on 1620 The Zone.
Previously on Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
6th straight losing season, tied for the second longest in history.
The second worst stretch of football ever. And thus, given the decades that those took place in, the 40s and then the mid-50s into the early 60s, for the majority of this fan base, this is the worst stretch of football that they've ever seen.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson. Weekdays 2 to 6 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Mild and breezy Monday after a chilly start. Expect mostly to partly sunny skies. South-southwest wind gusting around 25 miles per hour with highs in the mid-50s. Wintry mix and snow on the way for Tuesday. Expecting around 1 inch of accumulation in the metro by the evening. I'm meteorologist Sean Everson from KETV News Watch 7.
There are actually two kinds of cigars. The first is the one you smoke with beloved family and friends. The second, the one you enjoy with friends you've just met. And you'll find both at Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge. At Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, there's a well-stocked humidor with some of the best bands from around the world and a bar with your favorite cocktails and other drinkables. So what do you say? Which cigar will you be enjoying tonight? Hearth Cigars and Pipes Lounge, just off I-680 and 48th Street next to Cubby's.
Buy your next vehicle your way from anywhere with Woodhouse. Start your journey online at woodhouse.com. Easily shop all new and pre-owned inventory. Explore payment options and apply for financing. Ready to purchase? Schedule your new vehicle for pickup from the dealership or have it delivered to your driveway. Need a little extra help in determining your perfect vehicle? Our knowledgeable and local dealerships can guide you to the vehicle that best matches your needs. Experience car buying your way with Woodhouse, a trusted auto partner since 1975.
Are you that relative who's always asked to bring plates and napkins to the family dinner? Bring brews instead, especially quality, locally brewed Nebraska beers and ciders. The Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild wants you to know that local brewers are working on special seasonal beverages to make your holiday family get-togethers a day full of fun, football, and feasting. Lots and lots of feasting. Plus, you'll never be asked to bring plates and napkins again, especially if your goofy cousin from Iowa brings that state's favorite beer. Cheers. News Talk 1290 Coil is your new home for Omaha Maverick hockey all season long. Don't miss a single puck drop, power play, barn burner, or any of the action this season. Your home for Maverick hockey, home and away, is News Talk 1290 Coil.
What does Saul's loan on? Almost everything, like jewelry, gold chains, bracelets, earrings, wedding rings, and high-end watches, guns, electronics, $10 to $50,000, super fast and easy with no credit check. Saul's loans on almost everything.
Holiday shopping? Backed by popular demand, stop by Cops at 72nd and Jones, Shadow Lake Town Center, or 180th and Center to grab a bite and buy a gift card. Cops gift cards are sure to please. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salad, and tasty charred wings with a variety of homemade sauces. They even offer keto crusts. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cops, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. 72nd and Jones, the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or click copspizza.com.
Now is the time for a furnace inspection, and McCarthy's 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning is here to help. An annual furnace inspection and tune-up from McCarthy's is essential to keep dangerous carbon monoxide from leaking into your home. Join McCarthy's Comfort Club and get a twice-annual inspection of your furnace and AC, discounts on repairs, and priority service, all for a low monthly price that will never go up. Visit McCarthy's1hour.com and schedule your furnace tune-up. Stay warm and safe with McCarthy's 1-hour heating and air conditioning. Always on time or you don't pay a dime.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
All right, just a couple minutes until we get going here with Trev Alberts and Matt Rhule. Matt Rhule's made his way through the tunnel of people outside of East Stadium. He had time to do a couple things. Number one, sign a couple footballs and then throw them out to the crowd.
Oh, how's his throw look? Is it good? Tight spiral?
Even in a suit, I thought, everything looked okay.
Okay.
It didn't look like he had never thrown a football before, which we wouldn't expect from a guy who played and coached football for a long time. But even in the suit, he threw out a couple footballs and then had a moment to address the crowd, and the money line in that was Rhule said, quote, "We're here because of a tremendous tradition, but also a great, great future." There are a lot of people, whether it's fans outside the stadium, boosters, and whoever inside of the Hawks championship facility, media, whatever, getting ready to go for this press conference, which is going to be some kind of show. I'm almost wondering if there's going to be fireworks or something like that.
It's a big to-do. A lot of people without jobs down there.
It feels like all of the stops are being pulled out today.
Yeah.
All of the stops.
They got the light up lights, the HUSKERS in front of the podium.
But today is a day of Kool-Aid and hype.
Yeah.
And today you win the press conference. Tomorrow, you coach, you call recruits and you get a staff assembled and you got to get to work. And it's still going to be Kool-Aid time tomorrow as well. But today, with the red tie on and your nicest suit that you got, no tweed like Mike Riley. He's got his tie all the way up to the collar, unlike Scott Frost.
Wearing his suit like an adult.
Yep. He didn't coach in a football game 12 hours ago, so it looks like he's well rested. He's got his family here. And now it's go time for Trev Alberts and Matt Rhule. And we'll be back with that next here on 1620 The Zone.
Rich Eisen here from Monday Night Football on Westwood One. Week 12 concludes with Mike Tomlin's Pittsburgh Steelers traveling to Indianapolis to face Matt Ryan and the Colts. Both are coming off a disappointing loss last week, which will bounce back with a win. Join me from the studio, along with Kevin Harlan and Hall of Famer Kurt Warner on the call to find out on Monday Night Football.
If it's the NFL, it's on 1620 The Zone.
Fall is in full swing, and that means there's a lot of great events coming up all over the area. From the Huskers in football or basketball, the concerts, holiday shows, there's so much to check out. And when you need tickets, be sure to check out my friends at ticketsforless.com. You want to go see the Huskers in Memorial Stadium or the Chiefs at Arrowhead or maybe that big show at CHI Health Center, Tickets for Less has you covered. So save on your next order at ticketsforless.com. When you use the code THEZONE, go to ticketsforless.com. Find the seats that you want to the events you want to be at. Use the promo code ZONE. Good on any ticket purchase at ticketsforless.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/radio. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands. at 90% off. That's right. Get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/radio. That's forhims.com/radio for your free online visit. forhims.com/radio.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
How would you like to come home to a bartender who will fix you any cocktail you want? I'll have an old-fashioned.
I'll have a margarita.
Now you can with the Bartesian Home Cocktail Maker. Bartesian is a sleek machine the size of a coffee maker that makes premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Choose from over 50 different cocktails, from classics to the most exotic premium cocktails served in the best bars today. You'll always get freshly mixed, perfectly balanced cocktails with the Bartesian Cocktail Maker. And now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever at bartesian.com/enjoy. Entertaining? The Bartesian is ideal for parties. No need to stock all kinds of individual mixers for complicated recipes. Every guest gets the cocktail of their choice in seconds. The Bartesian makes a wonderful gift for anyone who loves a fine premium cocktail. Now get Bartesian's best Black Friday deal ever. It's available right now, only at bartesian.com/enjoy. That's BARTESIAN.com/enjoy for Bartesian's best deal ever, only at bartesian.com/enjoy.
Cyber Monday is here, and The Zone has your 60% off Cyber Monday deals. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. today only for 60% off deals from Early Bird, Cops, Lula Bees, Le Voltaire, Omaha Children's Museum, and the Woodcliff Restaurant. Cyber Monday only. Some of your favorites are 60% off. Go to cybermondayomaha.com between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. today only for these 60% off The Zone Cyber Monday deals.
Cubby's supports the PACE program with Raise Some Dough. For every large pizza sold at Cubby's in the Old Market, Cubby's gives $1 to the Police Athletic League, serving at-risk and disadvantaged inner-city children with athletic and educational programs. PACE has over 5,800 program participants. The league reaches kids that would not normally be able to participate in athletics like soccer and baseball due to financial situations and family dynamics. PACE wants to give every kid the opportunity at athletics and a healthy and safe environment. If you'd like to support PACE too, go to paceomaha.org.
1620 The Zone presents special coverage of the Nebraska head coach announcement, presented by Shucks and Absolutely Fresh Seafood, only on 1620 The Zone.
That's right, Connor Happer, Josh Hodson with you. Trev Alberts, Matt Rhule coming up here in just a moment. We will take you all the way through it, so if it lasts a half hour, we'll hand it over to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. After that, they'll have plenty of reaction throughout the entire show. For the last 45 minutes, same thing. I don't anticipate it lasting less than a half hour, so this is probably goodbye from us. See ya.
Oh, okay. Well, goodbye
for today. Plenty of time. How many phone calls will our lovely ABC affiliate, KTV, be getting from around town when this episode of General Hospital will leave abruptly in about 2 minutes? And they will be taken to Lincoln for Trev Alberts to speak in front of the entire state.
There is not a scroll or anything warning them that at 1:30 a press conference will take over the air. We have confirmed that it will actually air over there.
Yeah,
Don't worry about that, though.
Kendi tweeted it out. So like they're going. They got to go off General Hospital at some point.
Yeah.
And it seems like a really riveting episode.
Oh, yeah. No, it's General Hospital. They're all riveting.
The slow zooms, the crying, the emotion. I imagine there will be some slow zooms and some emotion at the Hawks Championship Center in just a couple minutes. No, it seems more celebratory than anything. That's the vibe that I'm sort of getting. I'd like Trev Alberts to be my party planner.
Oh no, this looks
question?
legit.
Would you like? It seems like he could really plan a party. I would put him on the party planning committee,
which is odd because I believe last week we asked if he was a wet blanket.
Yeah, he seems really boring.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. Like Trev Alberts is going to get up there and talk, and he's going to say how exciting of a day it is, and he's actually a pretty boring guy.
Or do you think
Matt Rhule? Honestly, I think is a lot of the same.
Do you think it's a self-scout and he said, you know what? I'm kind of boring. I'm kind of a wet blanket. I'm going to delegate almost all of this party planning to the youths in the office.
Yeah, we'll have to talk to some people over the next couple days and see who is in charge of planning this party.
Also today, if you're walking into that center today, about to ask a question to Trev Alberts, maybe you get that all sport question in. Tired of this media cowering in fear.
Time and place, Josh.
Oh, okay.
Time and place. Quick noteworthy thing before we get out there. Texas A&M today announced that they had fired their offensive coordinator, Daryl Dickey, who does not call plays, by the way. And so some changeover at Texas A&M. Remember, we are keeping a close eye on what's going on down there because of one certain member of their staff would be a huge addition potentially.
Jimbo Fisher.
At Nebraska. Yes, they'll pay his $100 million buyout, and he will come be Nebraska's offensive coordinator.
Interesting.
All right, Josh, I'm blind here.
We got about 3 more minutes to banter playfully.
3. So there's a countdown on there.
Yeah. I think this is going to be extremely prompt.
Wow. You think they'll show up early? Their clock's off and we got 3 more minutes, or maybe we're behind.
Well, maybe they know that they're going to go at 1:33 or whatever.
Interesting. This thing is down to a science. Yeah, I'm just seeing all the pictures and videos coming out of there. A lot of people in the building. A lot of people excited for Rhule.
It's officially a to-do.
Oh yeah. By the way, how about this? Spencer Rattler into the transfer portal.
Oh,
does he even have?
Wouldn't he have to sit?
Can he even do that? We just go pro.
What?
Never mind.
Don't read. No.
Disregard this.
No.
Disregard that I ever said that. Cancel that last couple. Wow. Had a bad last couple minutes.
No.
Leading up to this press conference.
Don't read everything on Twitter.
Yeah, good advice, I suppose. But I'm waiting for something to happen, so that's all I can do at this point. Just
keep narrating that General Hospital episode. I thought that was good fodder.
All right. Seems to be sort of some sort of an issue here. Do we have a father-in-law potential situation here?
He's drinking from a highball glass.
Yeah, definitely.
So's the son. His son looks a little strung out. Oh, the lights are going now. There's a spiraling cascade of lights.
What?
Oh, Trev and Matt are walking to the podium.
Go out there.
Can I do I have the rights to carry the pregame show?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Trev and
hey, by the way, this is brought to you by Shucks and Absolutely Fresh Seafood, the best seafood in Omaha. Here we go.
All right, we'll let the pride of all Nebraska, the Cornhusker Marching Band, take you the rest of the way, followed by words from Trev Alberts, and Matt Rhule will be with you following the press conference.
A lot of handshaking. The governor is in attendance. Yeah. Governor-elect, excuse me, is in attendance.
Josh is here. He loves the band.
Horrible band. Get your lines straighter, band.
Matt Rhule is sitting down as we await the introductory press conference from Lincoln.
We're done. Goodbye, everybody.
Trev Alberts walking to the podium. We go live to Lincoln on 1620 The Zone.
So we have to wait. We're going to be live on the Big Ten, so bear with us for a second here. Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Thank you so much for being here. What a great turnout. Give yourself a round of applause for being here. There's a lot of energy in this room right now. We really appreciate you being here. I know we've got some of our football team here and a lot of our staff and other student athletes, so we'd like to welcome you to the Hawks Championship Center. And of course, we'd like to welcome the Rhule family. Thank you for being here. So we're so appreciative of that. Today's a great day. Today's obviously a great day for our football program. It's great for our athletic department. I think it's great for our university, and it's really great for all of our alumni and the entire state of Nebraska. We have the privilege today of introducing the 31st coach in the history of Nebraska football, one of the best out there, in Mr. Matt Rhule. So what I'd like to do is, I know you're not here to hear me, you are here to hear Coach Rhule, but I thought I want to go through a few thank yous. I want to walk you through a little bit on the process of how we got to where we are today. I want to talk a little bit about the vision that we have for the Husker football program, and finally, what those key characteristics of our coaches that we were looking for that ultimately landed on Coach Rhule. First and foremost, I want to start by thanking Coach Mickey Joseph. And I'll tell you, Mickey Joseph and our staff and our players did an outstanding job. You know, many of you here recognize 9 games ago when we made a change, and Mickey Joseph was the head coach. Mickey did an outstanding job. I had a lot of respect for Coach Joseph prior to him becoming our interim coach. I have more respect for him now. The way that he worked, continue working, doing the right things, fighting hard for these young men and investing in them was really something. And to see them have that moment against Iowa was really, really special. So really, really proud of Coach Joseph and his staff and our players, and I want to thank them. I want to thank President Carter. I want to thank Chancellor Ronnie Green. I want to thank our Board of Regent members who we have here. I want to thank Governor-elect Pillen. I'd like to thank our staff. I'd like to thank the media. And I'd like to thank you for giving me the space to run an effective search. I know it was a long time. I think it was the longest search in the history of Nebraska athletics, probably. But it was very meaningful to me that you all allowed us to do a real search and gave me the space to do that. So thank you very much for allowing me to do that. I'd like to thank my wife, Angie, and I'd like to thank our staff. The fact of the matter is, for the last couple months, I've been a little bit remote. This has consumed all of my time. And I'm just so grateful to have the staff we have in Husker Athletics who worked really hard to make sure that everything was moving forward appropriately. So I want to thank them. I want to thank Julie, Brian, Vivi, and Leona. Thank you guys so much for allowing your husband and your father to become the head coach at the University of Nebraska. You're going to love this place. Husker Nation is going to love you. And we're going to support you and your family. So thank you for believing in us, and thanking you. I want to thank you for being Huskers. This is awesome. So I just want to tell you a little bit about the process. We talked to, and interview is the wrong word, but we interacted with 13 coaches as a result of this process, and some multiple times. As I told you a long time ago, we were going to dive into a real detail-oriented process, and we wanted to talk to a lot of people. And I really want to thank all of those folks who took the time to talk to us. I learned a lot in that process. Obviously, we're not going to be releasing the names of all the people that we had an opportunity to talk to. But I also want you to know that candidate 1A for me in the University of Nebraska was always Matt Rhule from the beginning. And so we're really glad that we ended at that point. I also want you to know that we tried to use all of the tools at our disposal possible. And one of the cool things you have now is analytics. And so we really were able to dive into a lot of analytics and some of the detail behind that. We were able to use a firm that helped us look at successful Big Ten programs, looked at all of these candidates and trying to match up. Obviously, analytics aren't the primary driver, but it's a tool. And so we tried to use all of our tools for our benefit. I just want to tell you a little bit about our vision. It's real simple to me. The University of Nebraska always has been and always will be the premier development program in the country. That's our DNA. That's who we are. For those of you who drove up, you saw the Go Big project. You can see the investment of our donors into that. That's the brick and mortar behind the greatest development program in college football. That was going to be really important to me as we look for our next head coach. Secondly, a focus on toughness. If there's anything this program's been about the last 30, 40 years, is this is a program that's based on toughness. And so I was looking for coaches who understood what toughness looked like, what practice looked like, and ultimately getting back to the vision of being the most physical team on the field on Saturday. That's Nebraska football, that's Husker athletics, and toughness was a key component of what our vision was going to be. Third and finally was a clearly defined identity. It's something that I really believe in. We're going to believe in something, and we're going to dive into it, and we're going to play complementary football. And I believe that's what Coach Matt believes as well. He'll get a chance to tell you about his vision. So some of the quick coaching characteristics that we were looking for, and some of this is redundant. Obviously, we talked about this a little bit before, but an authentic leader. It's really important to me. We need leadership. We need someone that our players are willing to follow and our coaching staff. And we have that in Matt Rhule. We need a man of integrity. This program's been built on integrity. We do the right thing all the time. And so having a leader of integrity was really important to us as well. A culture builder, a people manager, someone that understands how to build it brick by brick from the bottom was critically important to me. A process-oriented individual. Details matter. As you think about the Big Ten Conference and where we're going, and how USC and UCLA and perhaps others someday come into our league, and the level of coaching that's going to happen in the Big Ten, attention to details and process are going to be really, really important to our future. Being a grinder, as I've talked before, is really important. You got to work at this job. You got to be passionate about winning. And finally, a strategic thinker. And as we said about our process and talking to those coaches, there was one coach that consistently stood out from everybody else. One coach who went to multiple places at multiple levels and had the strategic vision to create the structure around what it took to win at that place. Let's be honest. We're at a critical juncture in our history as a football program. And having somebody that has a track record of understanding how to build a program at multiple levels and in multiple locales with multiple strengths and weaknesses was really, really important to me. Matt, I just want to thank you. I want to thank you for believing in me and believing in the University of Nebraska. I want you to know that Husker Nation is behind you. We're going to support you, and we're going to work as hard as we can to help you and our program be successful. And so it is now my distinct privilege and honor to get to introduce the 31st head coach of the University of Nebraska's football program, Mr. Matt Rhule.
Thank you. It was 1983. I was 11 years old, diehard Penn State fan. The year before, Penn State had won the national championship. Now, some people in this room might disagree with that. But for me, they had won the national championship. And my father, my dad's a teacher and minister. And we were living in New York City. Had a chance to go out and see the kickoff classic. I had a chance to talk to Coach Osborne. I relayed this story, and I was watching the Penn State Nittany Lions take on the Nebraska Cornhuskers. And on that day, Nebraska won 44-6. And I can still remember walking back to the subway with tears in my eyes, wondering why Nebraska had to do that to us. Fast forward to 1994 and walked on at Penn State and found a way to find some ways to get on the team and play. And we had an undefeated season in the Big Ten, beat Oregon 38-6. And Nebraska went out and played the University of Miami and beat them. And once again, there were tears in my eyes as we finished without a national championship, and Nebraska did. And then I think about last Saturday morning, and my wife, Trev talked about grinders. Just so everybody knows who my wife, Julie, is. My wife, Julie, woke up yesterday morning at 6 a.m., put 3 dogs, 3 kids in a Sprinter van, drove 12 hours back to Charlotte, got there at 11 o'clock, ironed the kids' clothes till 12:30, was up at 4, and she's here smiling. She's a grinder. She's the best. And the University of Nebraska, that once brought tears to my eyes when I was 11, once brought tears to my eyes when I was in college, it brought tears to my wife's eyes. Because she's been telling me throughout this whole process, since the very first day that I got a phone call about a job and a university and different people have been coming at us, she has said, this place, these people, this is the right fit for us. This is the right fit for our family. So on behalf of my family, the most important thing in the world to me, my wife, Julie, my son, Bryant, my daughters, Vivian, Leona, thanks for paying attention to me, guys. I want to thank Husker Nation. I want to thank the University of Nebraska. I want to thank Chancellor Green for this opportunity. But I want you to understand that this wouldn't be possible if it weren't for President Ted Carter. This would not be possible if it was not for Trev Alberts. It would not be possible if it was not for Angie Alberts. Because throughout this process, we found what we've been looking for. We found leadership. We found alignment. Like how do you put numbers like this up on the wall? How do you have the great seasons? How do you have 5 national championships? You need leadership and you need alignment. And I've learned that lesson. I've learned that no matter how fertile the seed is, man, it's got to be in great soil for the plant to grow. I could have taken a year off. Some people might think that, my wife was tired of me after 6 weeks. And while that might be a little bit true, that's not why I'm here today. I'm here today because as I talked to Trev, the passion for football was reborn inside me. The passion for young people was reborn inside of me. When we came to Lincoln and we snuck into Lincoln and we drove around, we said, you know what? This is a place that's committed to greatness. This is a place that's committed. Look at this facility that's committed to player development. These are people that love their university, that love their state and love their football team. So as people ask me why, I am here because this is the right fit. It's the right time. And if I have one message for you, we can absolutely do it. We can absolutely get the University of Nebraska and University of Nebraska football exactly where it's supposed to be. It will be hard. It may take time, but it will be done. So thank you, Trev. Thank you, President Carter, for setting a vision for us that made us decide to call this home. I want to echo what Trev said. I thought it was awesome watching the team on Friday play against Iowa, and I'm sitting there watching it and trying to figure out, hey, is this going to be the team that I coach next year? Coach Joseph and his staff just showing tremendous leadership. The players on that team, I've had a chance to meet the team, talk to some guys, just showing the leadership to keep that team together. And again, that's what I hope that I bring. Because if there's one thing I've learned in the last couple of years after my foray in college, in the National Football League, it's that anybody can lead when things are easy. That's convenient leadership. Who steps up when things are hard? Who stepped up for this team in the middle of the season when the coach is gone and guys can go either way? Like, who steps up when we haven't had the success as a program that we want? Who's going to step up and fill the void, stand in the gap? And I'm honored that I've been chosen for that. And I'm just one small piece of it. Leadership isn't just a position, it's a way of life. And I hope, and I'll start today, I can promise you this, I'm going to rip this suit off sometime tonight, and I'm going to go back to my office, and I'm going to start to recruit, and I'm going to start to do all the things. But I am honored to say that I have a chance to lead this football program. When people ask why, besides living here in Lincoln, besides the leadership that I found, besides the opportunity, and just the resources and support. My son, he's with this YouTube generation. I have seen the tunnel walk maybe 5,000 times. I have seen post-game celebrations. I've seen the hype videos. I feel like, and I don't know Nebraska well enough yet, and I hope you'll bear with me because I want to embrace everything that has to do with the University of Nebraska and the University of Nebraska's football program. But I feel like through him and through some friends of mine who've played here, that this is exactly the right place at the right time. And let me say it again, I believe we can do it. So thank you to my family. When you ask me what our vision is, and obviously we want We want to have Heisman Trophy winners. We want to win major awards. We want to win conference championships. We want to win national championships. But guys, I'm a day-by-day guy. I'm a process guy. I'm a what's next person. And I can just tell you this, that I want to build a team that's tough. I want to build a team that's hardworking. I told the team that today, like, the price of glory is paid in here at 6 a.m. The price of glory is paid on the recruiting trail. Like, we are going to work harder. I can't say than anybody else, but harder than we've ever asked ourselves to work, because this is going to be hard. You can't win 3 games and then win 4 games and then just come to work excited about just, hey, what's going to happen next? So we have to have a plan, and that plan involves working harder than the next man. We're going to build a team that's tough. We're going to build a team that's hardworking. We're going to compete at everything that we do. There's not a game that I expect to ever walk into where we don't expect to win. We want to honor the people who take their hard-earned money. Like, it is not a burden, but a responsibility on me as the coach to know that there will be people from all across the state who take the money that they make with their hands and with their work and with just their daily toil, and they spend it to come watch our team play. And you know what? You can't win every game every year. It just doesn't happen. But you can certainly be a team that people are proud to watch. That's the type of team I want to be. From the spring game to a practice to a mat drill to a weightlifting session to a meeting, I expect our guys to be tough. I expect them to work hard, and I expect them to compete. And I expect that because I and my staff will do the same thing every day. That's sort of our vision for how we are. You know, we're not going to be a new spread teams, and we're not going to be like that. We're going to be a little bit more of an old school type of a team. Okay, we're going to be a physical team. You know, we'll be balanced, and you guys, I know you guys ask lots of questions. We'll always try to do what the players do well, but at the end of the day, I don't believe you can win if you can't win the line of scrimmage. We want to have fast players, explosive players. We want to have speed. We want to have great quarterback play. But at the end of the day, through the weight room and recruiting, we want to have a physical team that can control the line of scrimmage and control the game. I believe that's the type of team that can win in the elements. That's the type of team that can win on the road. That's the type of team that can have a lead and keep a lead. That's the type of team that Nebraskans want to see. And then finally, how? Because it all sounds good. Press conferences are fun. But how are we going to do it besides just the work? I think it's important for all of us to understand that football has changed. College football has changed even in the last 2 years since I left. NIL, portal, transfer, all these different things. And I think for all of us, we can look at what we've done. We can celebrate the past. We can learn from the past, but we have to have an eye to the future. The game is changing around us, and we have to change with it. We have to recruit people that want to be Nebraska men. We have to recruit people who want to wear the N. We have to recruit people who want to pay the price for this team. Yeah, well, I know that there's some salary stuff now. We can, this guy can get this guy can get that, and we'll be involved in all of that because we want to bring the best players here. But at the end of the day, I want players who want to come here, who want to not just graduate, they want to be educated. They want to take advantage of this opportunity to change their lives in the classroom, to change their lives through education. I want to bring players here, and I want to have a program that impacts the community. That when you see a Nebraska football player, you know that wherever you are is better for them having been there. That they will always leave a place better than they found it. I want to bring players here who make the campus community better. Like you're not going to see me and my family hanging out. Like you're going to see us at the local diner. You're going to see us at the Salt Lake. That's who we are. We did not come here to live in seclusion. We want to be a part of this community. We want to be a part of this community, and I want players who want to do the same thing. Get educated, graduate, impact the community, impact the campus, and then play great football. I mean, I want guys that want to be pro football players. I've had a chance to coach in the National Football League twice. So many players have left the University of Nebraska and gone on to the NFL. And while talent can get you there, character and integrity and work ethic and professionalism will keep you there. It stinks getting fired. But if there's one great thing that came out of the day that I got the phone call that I was no longer the head coach of the Carolina Panthers, it was all of the players who played for me that are playing in the National Football League or who are going to medical school or going to business school who all said, you know what, coach, my life is better for having been a part of the program. It's not about me. It's about all the people that touched them. And so as we come here to the University of Nebraska, it is my intent to leave the university a better place for us having been here. It is my intent to make Nebraskans proud, but most importantly, for every player, walk-on or scholarship, young or old, for every player that comes to play for us, that comes to practice in these facilities and sit in these meeting rooms, I want them to look back someday and say, you know what? My professional life, my personal life, my football life, it was all better for having been a Nebraska Cornhusker. I've gotten calls and texts from guys I know who play here, guys that I don't know who play here, and the pride and passion that they all feel for having been here and worn the jersey and been a Cornhusker, I want all the future generations to feel the same. So I will do my utmost best. I will do my utmost best to respect the tradition, respect that honor, and I hope that you guys will trust me to take us to another place, take us into the future, because it can happen. And as Trev said, the time is now. The time is now. And it's not really just about me. It's really about all of us, because we have to be all in. If you want to see something fail, have a bunch of people stand around and wait to see it fail. If you want to see something succeed, everybody, even when you disagree, just move ahead and push ahead. It's going to take everybody who bleeds red to get the Nebraska Cornhuskers to where they're supposed to be. But we will do it. But we'll have to do it together. It's my honor. It's my family's honor. I want to make sure I thank them again. I want to thank my mother and father who couldn't be here, but who are so critical in my life. I want to thank all the players at the Carolina Panthers. I want to thank all the players that played for me at the Baylor Bears. I want to thank all the players who played for me at the Temple Owls. I would not be here in this moment, in this iconic program, if it wasn't for them. And I also want to thank, well, the pictures in the back, whoever picked that picture of me with the Nebraska red, that's got to be at least 10 or 12 years ago. And I don't look that good anymore. So I want to thank that person. I'll just finish with this. As we went through this process, and there were bumps and hurdles, and Trev had to overcome some things, contractually, and there were a lot of forces at work. Anytime things got difficult, my wife would look at me and she'd say, Admiral. She'd look at me and she'd say, Trev, trust the people. I trust them. I'm just so grateful that they trust me. Thank you so much.
Steve Sipple, Husker Online. Welcome to Lincoln, Coach. Thank you. You talked about the line of scrimmage, and I'm wondering a couple of things. Did the line of scrimmage come up in the interview process, and why are you confident that you can fix that part, enhance that part?
Yeah, I think when I talked to Trev, we talked a lot about just, hey, what's your philosophy, right? So if you found a player that played for me at any of the three places, they'll probably say 5 or 6 things. Don't beat ourselves, win the line of scrimmage, which means run the ball and stop the run, protect and affect the passer. So there's core tenets that I believe in. How you get there. At Temple, we were a fullback in the I formation, and occasionally spread out. When I was at Baylor, I had 4 NFL wide receivers. We were spread out, but at the end of the day, the offensive linemen and the defensive linemen in high school football, college football, and in the NFL, they determine it. So in terms of getting there, I'm walking in a little bit blind in terms of, I've seen the games on TV. I've had a chance to watch. This process has gone on so long, so I've had a chance. But, I'll have to get into spring. I'll have to see where we are to know that. But for me, it's just a vision. A vision doesn't mean that's the picture that's here. The picture that's here, I have to get into that. But the vision is to build up front. And that's not just recruiting. That's also the weight room. That's also the way that we want to train. And I'm confident because, we've done that at Temple, I think right now there's 24 guys playing in the National Football League from Temple and Baylor combined. And none of those guys were 4- and 5-star recruits, but we were able to develop them. So that'll be our plan here as well.
Hey, Matt, Brian Christopherson from Husker 24/7. Welcome.
Thank you.
Have you had a chance to talk with Mickey Joseph? There's a lot of interest in him around here after the job he did, and what goes into the considerations of possibly retaining people who were on the staff?
Yeah, I reached out to Mickey right when I got the job. I'm looking forward to talking to him at some point here and talking to the rest of the staff. I've been on both sides of it. I've been an assistant coach on a staff that's been let go, and I've always appreciated the coach coming in and talking to me. So I'll try to be thorough with that process over the next couple of days. My family will go back tomorrow, and the most important things to me right now are the current players. I need to sit down with them and talk to them, right? Like they know the issues in the program more than anyone else, good and bad. And I say issues, I mean like good things. Hey, this is great. Hey, so I need to talk to the players, and I need to talk to the staff and coaches. To me, it all comes down to fit. People have to want to be here. Number one, they have to want to be in the role that they're in, and we have to all move forward. Again, when I've not had success, it's when, some people are pulling in one direction. There will be a very clear vision, a very clear process for how we do things within the walls of the football program and, within the X's and O's. And so any staff member that's bought into that, I'd love to talk to. And I agree. I think Mickey did a fantastic job. And I've known Coach Joseph for a while before that, not personally, but professionally. Excellent recruiter. Players love him. So I'm anxious to have a chance to visit with him and the rest of the staff.
Hey, Coach, Sean Callahan with Husker Online. I'm just curious, how important is this first week? Obviously, to get the roster stuff figured out, but to learn the NIL, the transfer portal days, December 5th. You go on the road on Friday to start seeing recruits. These first 4 days in Lincoln, how big are they, just to kind of figure out where this is all going for you?
Yeah, I literally I got home that first day after no longer being the coach in Carolina and had a school call me, and so I've been working on this for a while. Again, there was a lot of thought in our family that we would take the year and take the year off and, just spend some time together. And I think that's really important. I think it's important for recruits to hear. I've told every recruit I've talked to, like, man, I'm not making more money to work today than I would have been if I was playing golf back in Charlotte. Like I could be on the golf course making the same money today. So this wasn't a financial decision. This was, oh my goodness, I think I can fit there. And I think the people are right. So I say that to say that I had all that time to really dive into this, study some things NIL wise, study some things, obviously the transfer portal. And so I think this week's important. I mean, we've gotten going right away. We have a certain profile that we like to recruit to. We like big, fast guys, even if they're a little bit developmental. So we want to get as much speed as we can get anytime we can get it. So we've already gotten started with that. We just need to sit down with the guys that are here and see who else they were recruiting besides the guys that are committed. So this week's important. I don't know if I'll sleep very much, but you know what? Next week will be important and the week after. And here's what I know. The future of Nebraska football is not hanging on one decision. It's hanging on the accumulation of day after day after day, great recruiting, great development, great coaching, great teaching. So we'll just try to make sure we do that, just say what's next every day.
Hey, Matt, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Had you not come to Nebraska, did you have any other opportunities to coach elsewhere? And do you have some of your staff set already? Are you going to bring some guys with you?
So I'll say this humbly and only for recruiting, because normally I wouldn't say this, but I was offered other jobs. Yes. And I just decided that this was the right one for me. So, I had the chance to maybe sit a year. I had the chance to, I had some opportunities to do some TV and some broadcasting. I was offered, some other college opportunities. But I only say that to say how special this is, that, we didn't say, hey, we better go take this job. We felt like this was a really special place with really special people, great alignment, great resources, and then a fan base unlike any other. I can't wait to bring recruits to games and let them see what a game at Memorial Stadium looks like.
Sam McEwen from the Omaha World Herald. Welcome to Nebraska, Coach. You're coaching in a league, a specific league, the Big Ten. It has a context. What do you know about that league, having grown up watching it? What kinds of players and coaches do you need to bring here to win in this league?
Yeah, it's a great question. Obviously, having been at Penn State, the Big Ten was a different way, maybe a little bit at that point, a different type of a league. But, again, it goes back to the things I talked about. The margin for error in the Big Ten in most games is pretty slight. You can't beat yourself. You have to be a team that executes. Typically, if you look at the Big Ten, whoever has the best quarterback play is typically going to win. So you need to have not just a quarterback, but a signal, a system around the signal caller that lets them be successful. And you have to be able to win in the elements. You have to be able to win when it's, hot early in the year, cold late in the year. You have to be able to win on the East Coast. Pretty soon you're going to have to win on the West Coast. And so I think having defense, I think having a run game, those things are important, because if you can't play defense in this league, there's 3-4 games a year you're going to get run off the field. In terms of coaches, I want young, energetic, dynamic coaches. Whereas there's some leagues where, you have to go hire some names, and there's some guys that, hey, he's a recruiter and he's been in that area a long time. I think my ties recruiting and our ties recruiting in Texas are something that we're going to lean on. I think you look at the history of Nebraska and its ties to New Jersey. So obviously those are places that we're pretty well known. And then Florida. Those are the distinct areas. And then to me, just studying this job and taking a lot of time to study this job, the in-state talent I'm excited about. And then you draw that 500-mile radius, making sure that we have the best, these might be little things. I want to have the best summer camps. I want to have 2,000-3,000 kids a year come into our camp, not just prospect camps. I want kids when they're 8, 9, 10. I mean, everyone should have a chance to be a Husker for a day. And, that's how you find the players that go off and go to an FCS school. Like, I don't understand why I'm in the draft last year looking at first-round guys at FCS schools. Like, I want them here. I want to find those guys. And so finding coaches that are I don't need celebrity coaches who are going to go see one school a day. I need coaches that are going to go and do it the old school way, go see 6, 7, 8, 9 schools a day, speak at a clinic, call recruits. So we're going to have a hardworking staff. In terms of, do I have some guys lined up? There's some guys I'd like to bring with me. I want to be respectful of the staff and talk to them as well. But, we need to be able to hit the ground running here soon.
Hey, Matt. Joe Nugent, WOWT TV. How you doing?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you too. Curious about the 2 rebuilds that you led at Temple and Baylor. Why do you think you were successful there? Why do you think you'll be successful here doing the same thing? And what do you think is a fair timeline for being successful?
Yeah, I think the other 2 places it was really simple. We found the right people, found the right staff. Then we found players that we could develop, players that loved football, that wanted to get developed. We took, Hassan Reddick, who was a walk-on, who had those scholarship offers, and I think he's one of the top sack guys in the NFL right now. So we practiced really competitively. We trained at a high level. We pushed the guys. We loved them. Nowadays, a lot of coaches I saw on the other side, a lot of coaches are afraid to coach their guys hard because they're afraid they'll transfer. Well, I really feel like if a player knows that you care about them, if they really believe what I said earlier, that, I want your life to be better for having been here, not just because you're a good player, then you can coach guys hard. So I think the old school things of developing guys and pushing guys and wanting them to be better is what got us there at those places. And then we had great support. I won at Temple because, I had a great athletic director in Pat Kraft, Kevin Clark. I had a great president in Dr. Neil Theobald. And so when people were sort of saying, like, what's happening, they would calm the waters, and eventually we broke through. And then when I was at Baylor, I went to Baylor in an unprecedented time. I didn't know what I was walking into when I went into Baylor, but we were successful there because of Dr. Linda Livingstone, because of Mack Rhodes, because of Jeremiah Dickey. And, Mack Rhodes, our AD there, when things were kind of like, hey, why are we going 1-11? Calm the waters. And the players got better. People continue to buy in. And then everyone, as I said, was all in and pushing forward. Do I think we can do that here? I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I just can't say that enough. I would not be here if I did not believe, A, in the players that we can get here, B, the history of Nebraska and their belief in player development, both on and off the field. In terms of timelines, I learned at the last place, to be careful I probably didn't want to give a timeline. I want to win tomorrow. I want to win right away. If expectations sometimes run real, people get frustrated. I just know this. We're gonna work our tail off starting today, and we'll do it as fast as we can.
Matt, welcome. Mitch Sherman, The Athletic. You mentioned Trev and Admiral Carter and your respect for them. Can you get into a bit when and how the interaction began with them and what your what that came back to, how strongly you feel about them and how that's grown through this process?
Yeah, I'll I'll defer the timeline to them just so I don't get on their bad side right off the bat, if I say anything wrong. But no, it's funny. I remember the first time I talked to Trev on the phone. My wife was kind of nearby. We were looking at I was like a little breakfast nook, and I was talking to him, and we were just talking about football and talking about the process and talking about player development and just a conversation. And my wife, I looked over and she was kind of like, she's like, it's the first time I've seen you this happy in a long time. Like I've learned you can work really hard, but you don't have to be miserable, and developing players and being in an environment where everybody loves each other, like that really brought joy to me. And so, as I said, there were lots of hurdles. I wanted to make sure that this was the right place for my family. It's not just about me, everyone will see me, they'll see me as like at Coach Matt Rhule on Twitter. Like I'm dad first. And I don't want to bring my kids and move them every 3 years. I talked about a little bit last week on NFL Network. Like it's my son who's a senior this year in high school coming up, who was the one who said, no, I want you to go to Nebraska. I want you to do this. He'll make whatever sacrifice. If I have to stay back there, Dad, I will. If I have to, whatever it takes. And so it was because everyone really, really, really trusted Trev and his vision. We loved meeting Angie. We could tell that this was a great family. And then, President Carter was at Navy when I was at Temple. And so we had that crossover. And so played in the championship game. So, at the end of the day, I always want people to kind of know what I'm going to bring, know, hey, this is how I'm going to do it. This is the way that we're going to do it. And, President Carter having that history with me was really important to me as well.
Coach Jake Bartecki, News Channel Nebraska. Welcome to Nebraska. Welcome to Lincoln. Recently, you've gone from college, then a few years in the NFL, now back to college. After leading a team at the highest level, do you feel like you are better prepared to be a college coach now? Do you feel like it made you a better coach?
1,000%, I should say. It made me a better man. It made me a better person. When you're in the NFL, and very grateful to the Carolina Panthers, and there's so many wonderful people in that organization. But when you're in the NFL, you're depending on a lot of different things. There's so many parts that have to come together. And so recognizing that and seeing that and being a part of that, I thought was great for me. Learning how to deal with challenges and adversity and all those things was really good for me as well. Dealing with the professional athlete was probably the best. Having a conversation with Amir Abdullah and then having a conversation with Christian McCaffrey, like two guys, same position, completely different people. And as I said to the team today, it really taught me, and Coach Coughlin tried to teach this to me, but I relearned things because I'm a little hard-headed at times. It's not coach player. It's just people. We're just people, right? We all have different roles. I'm the coach here, but we're just people. And so I think that interaction with the players really, really taught me. And especially this year, I was on the hot seat from the end of last year to the middle of this year. And when you're a coach that's on the hot seat, do the players really have to listen to you? Do they really have to buy into you? And if I'm proud of anything, it's the relationships and the guys. It's the guys on that team that went out and won yesterday. It's the guys on that team that had my back throughout that process, the guys that called me since I got that job. And I think that shows me that I can come back to college, continue to push guys, have the same relationships. And the final piece is, we've always been known as a player development group. I know it so much better now. Like, anybody can get you to the National Football League. I want to help guys get to the National Football League and stay there and have a second contract. And the way that you take notes, the way that you prepare, I thought I knew that and I always preached that, but I know it better now. And the final piece, because it's a great question, is I'm just so much mentally tougher. I mean, what I went through was hard, and it was hard on my family. But you know what? When things are hard in life, you either break or you just let it be a purifying fire that takes away the impurities and the ego and the anxiety and all those things. And so my family and I, man, we looked inward, we looked towards each other, we looked to our faith, we looked to the future, we stayed focused on the players. And so I come here now, not hardened by that, but steeled by it. I feel really, really strong. And, I'm excited to get started with these players. I'm excited to get to the spring, excited to build a team.
Hey, Matt, Zach Carpenter, Inside Nebraska. I think you said in your opening statement that you met with the team this morning or this afternoon. Can you just give us more details about what you said to the current players and the current coaches, if you met with them too?
I have not met with the current coaches yet, just the players. And I started reaching out to the players, as I could over the last couple of days via text and some phone calls. And the message I had for them was, because I understand the position that they're in. Not one player in that locker room signed up to play for me. Not one player was recruited by me. Not one player chose to come for me. But I wanted them to know that, hey, I chose to come coach you. Like, I'm here to be your coach. I'd like to be your coach. I'm not one of those guys that comes in and runs everybody off. I've never done that. I come in, I try to set a high standard, a high expectation. I hope that the veteran players on the team take my expectations and raise it. And so I said that to them. I wanted to make sure that they knew that when they got back in the spring that we were going to work at a really high level. And hard work is not punishment. Practicing and playing football is not punishment. Being physical at practice is not punishment. I wanted them to understand that the way that we can get to where we want to be is on the practice field. It's through competing. That I wanted them to all be a part of it. I think it's an honor. I think it's a privilege to be a Nebraska Cornhusker football coach and football player, and I wanted them to appreciate that. And then finally, I told them I'd be here all week, and I look forward to talking to each guy. I want to hear their perspective. I want to hear from them. I think that's really important for me to learn more about this program right now.
Hey, Coach. Steve Mark with Inside Nebraska. You've coached on both sides of the ball. Is there one specific side, offense, defense, that you're really passionate about?
Not really. It's a great question. We've always historically, at Temple, after a couple of years, we were in the top 10 in defense. At Baylor, our last year, I think we're in the top 5. I think we're in the top 5 in takeaways on defense. After 1 year in the NFL at Carolina, we were number 2 in the NFL in defense. So we've always built a culture of defense. I've tried to always offset that, on the other side by, trying to run the football and be physical on offense, things that we got done at Temple and Baylor at a pretty high level. But I think everything's important. I really do. When Trev says complimentary football, I just think what you're saying is that every single play counts. And in today's world where we all get pulled in so many directions, trying to teach the team that, everybody just needs to go out and win the rep. If everybody wins the rep, forgets the play, what's next, win the next rep. So, I'm passionate about the game. I love offense. I love defense. I love special teams. And I think that's why, I try to hire staffs that are great teachers, have lots of energy, care about their players. And then I have enough knowledge maybe on both sides to see if there's a problem and step in if ever needed.
Michelson, KLK News here in Lincoln. You mentioned talking with Tom Osborne over the weekend, and a bucket list item for you. Can you expand on that conversation and any advice he shared with you?
No, coach was great. He just, he just welcomed me. And, I just told him, I said, hey, I wouldn't take this job if I didn't have your blessing. And he kind of laughed and said, you don't need my blessing, but, I trust Trev and I know that you'll do a great job. And I'm thankful that Coach Grant Taff, who's a special person in my life, and Coach Osborne have a relationship. So I think that they were able to maybe visit a little bit. But yeah, it was great to have a chance to talk to Coach Osborne. He's someone, as I said, that I've looked up to as a coach. You see a lot of things on sports today. You see a lot of things on ESPN today. I grew up in the era of the gentleman coach. The coaches that would battle for 60 minutes and then shake hands and go clinic together in the summer. And that was Coach Osborne. That was Coach Paterno. That was those men. And so he said he'd be here for me if I ever needed it. And I will certainly take him up on that.
Amy Just, Lincoln Neutral Star. As you stand here today, what does success mean to you? Like, what does a successful team look like? And how do you get Nebraska back to that?
Yeah, I think the first step, I really talk in steps, and I'm not saying they're not there right now. So I don't want to ever say that. I think the first thing is that that we are those 3 things that I talked about, like that we are really a tough team, that, no matter what the situation, no matter what the circumstances, we do what we say we're going to do and get it done, that this offseason that we work really, really hard and that we compete. You can sometimes in football, get so caught up in the results that you forget the process. And so I think if you're those 3 teams, then if you lose by 2 or you lose by 20, it's the same thing. You lost. And sometimes we fool ourselves into like, oh, it was a close loss here, it was a close loss there. This game, you go out each week with a mission, you either win or you lose. And so, I want to win as many games as possible, but I want to win the right way. And so the way for me is to make sure that the things that I talked about in this press conference, controlling the line of scrimmage, not beating ourselves, I'll talk about winning the turnover battle. If we do those things, then the results will take care of itself. I, like every other Cornhusker fan, want to go to a bowl game. I don't want to play just 12 games. I want go to a 13th game. And then that, to me, that should be the bare minimum. And then I want to compete for the Big Ten championship. I want to compete for national championships. I just don't think we have the right to talk about that right now here today. Right now today, this team and we're going to talk about, hey, let's be great this week. Let's be great in finals. Let's be great in recruiting. If you go 3-9 and 4-8, then to me, we just have to worry about the spring. Let's be great this spring. And so that sounds like boring coach speak, but it's really how I live my life. It's how, when I got fired a month ago, I said, okay, I've been telling players forever, what's next? Worry about tomorrow. Then just do the same thing, Matt. What's next? Worry about tomorrow. Like, get fired one day, take your kids to school the next. That's what it is. That's how most people live their lives, and that's how I want the team to live its life. What does success look like? I think if we're that kind of team, as the players continue to develop, we keep bringing in great talent, these guys buy in, the wins will come.
Hey, Matt, Andy Kenny, KTV in Omaha. Welcome to Nebraska. I want to ask you, you mentioned NIL and the transfer portal. How do you go about building your roster and mixing the portal kids and laying the foundation with kids that you recruit and develop? And can you do both?
Yeah, I think the good teams are doing both. I think as your recruiting improves, you see the really, really strong teams across the nation. They probably have less transfer kids. But I think right now, the first thing we'll do is continue to evaluate the roster. We will leave no stone unturned to find good players. They come in all shapes and sizes. We will take the walk-on program seriously. We'll take transfers seriously. We'll take NIL seriously. When I talk about all in, that's making sure that we have the money to go do the NIL at the level that the teams we're competing against do it at. So we will look at everything. We just won't sacrifice the ideals and the integrity of the program. The guys that come here, there's nothing wrong with a young man wanting to make some money. There's nothing wrong with a young man wanting to make some money off his ability. Every one of us, we want to be valued and we want to be compensated financially. There's nothing wrong with it. But they have to also want to be here for Nebraska, and they have to want to be here for their teammates, and they have to want to win. And so when you find guys who want to come here, who want to develop, who want to get a degree, who want to serve and impact the community, who want to win, those are the guys that I want to make sure that we take care of financially when we can. And I know that the way it works is the collective, not me. I don't mean to say we can get in trouble, but I think you understand what I'm saying. And you know what? I think it's a great incentive for young people to come in and play well. And the better you play, the more things that you do, the more opportunities that you have. And that's really kind of the American way. The more you do, the more you get. And so we'll embrace all of that. All right. Thank you all very much.
There you go. We've had a little commercial-free action going on for over an hour now as the introductions have all been made. We now know who Nebraska's next head coach is, and it's no surprise at this moment. Matt Rhule, you've just heard for the last 25, 35 minutes. Trev Alberts prior to that. And now a lot of the formalities, the picture taking and all of the hugs and kissing of the babies and everything else that will take place. But the real work is going to start here very, very, very soon for Matt Rhule. As he mentioned, he's going to be there all week, but no question there's going to be assistant coaches. We've already heard many names of people that have been hired or will be shortly announced as being hired, but there'll be others to be announced as well. And that'll all take place over the next few days. So we've now shifted from guessing and waiting and wondering to now, well, we've got one big piece in the puzzle. Now we've got to figure out what the other pieces are about and how this all gets put together over the next several weeks, months, and years. As Josh's mic, I don't think is up. There you go. Thank you.
Hello.
Apparently it is not working today.
There it is. Oh.
It's your old friend, the
Yep.
cord.
Oh, look, the cord is still broken. No, I
The
couldn't agree with
mystery
you.
cord.
Couldn't agree with you more. Couldn't agree with you more. Kind of what we expected, right?
Yep.
For all the best reasons, exactly what we expected.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We've got a lot to react to, and we want to hear from you today. We've had a chance to really talk about it. The three of us did, Connor included, on Saturday. Certainly, we have a lot to react to from what we've just heard today, but we want to hear from you as well. 402-951-1620 on the Los Hills Harley-Davidson hotline. You can tweet at us at USC1620 on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, or send us an email. And we've already had a few of those this weekend as well that we'll get to. And also coming up today on the program, Mitch Sherman scheduled to join us from Lincoln in about an hour and a half, and Stuart Mandel. So we'll get a national perspective as well. We'll get it all covered, and we've got a long week here where we're going to spend a lot of time trying to break down this hire and the other things that are happening around college football that will also have an impact on how this Matt Rhule era goes. Connor, would you like to join us for another segment? I didn't want to let you walk off unattended.
Well, if you'd have me, I mean,
we'd love to have you.
I'd love to talk about Matt Rhule, who's not Scott Frost.
Well, that is true. And we'll get all those takes. Take a really short break. Come back. We're going to start the program in earnest. It'll be kind of an odd little crossover. Connor's going to stick around. We'll get our initial thoughts on what we heard here over the last few minutes, and then we'll hear from you here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
Hey friends, Kent Pavelka here, back with John Higgins and the Rooferees at the Weather Guard showroom. Why would it be advisable for me to have you do my roof versus somebody else?
Well, integrity of myself and our employees, longevity, what we do here in the community.